Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, boys and girls, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron, and guess what? It's Wednesday, and Johnny is back. Hello, sir.
Hey, how you doing? Good to be here.
I'm doing wonderful. Johnny needed a day on Monday, and then we thought, well, why the hell do like April Johnny, or April Johnny, April? Why not just kill two birds with one stone, get April's days out of the way Monday and Tuesday, let Johnny rest a couple of days. Boom, here he is, and everyone's good. And Johnny's not zooming in today because his legs have been severed and he'll never walk again. That's not the case. Johnny's got a car appointment today. So
yeah,
it made coming
it up between 8 and 10.
Yeah, it made coming into the studio a little difficult. By the way, you're able to talk over me today. That's good.
Yeah, I don't know if there was an update or what the deal was. Zoom updated. I literally spent all night making sure I had nothing doubling over and trying to.
I did the same thing. I went through every setting and it was all fine. And I'm just like, you know what? This piece of shit thing, I'm just going to go with it. And whatever it does, it does. And it worked out. But now watch. We'll try this again in like a month. And
it won't work.
Yeah, it'll be the same thing. Every time you talk, it'll be the cutting in and out thing. But for today, it's working. It's a great day. It's a good omen. Boys and girls, busy day yesterday. Thank you very much for your generosity. You went $20 into today. We appreciate that. So we're starting out at 3:30. There's all the links. If you guys want to be retarded generous today and just throw a bunch of money at us all at once, we've never complained about that, and we never will. And with Matt's going to be doing the evening show tonight, and I'm still not sure if we're going to. We got to bump up the merch numbers to put an order in. So we might do a VIP giveaway, or we might do like a merch giveaway. I don't know. Maybe we'll do like. We'll figure something out. But I figure let's do a goal Wednesday, goal Thursday, and then of course Rumble Link Friday takes care of itself. And let's just do those two and call it a successful week and move along. So 3:30 is the number today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, those are in the chat. Otherwise, just super chat and Rumble rant yourself senseless. And let's do this thing today. We've got a lot of good stuff to talk about. We're going to have a great debate later. The chat is going to yell at each other. They're going to be mad. We're going to make them emote. I love when you guys emote. Not so much your feelings on my carbohydrate intake or my gluten intake, but I like when you emote just in general. Maybe today wasn't the day to start with half an apple fritter for breakfast.
Or admit that to the audience.
Well, look, I can't lie to them. I'm not going to bullshit these people. They pay good money for this program. It's a premium effort every single morning. And I'm not going to, if these people are going to throw us $5, $10, $15, $20 at a time, some of them $50, $100 at a time, I'm not going to sit here and deprive them of their carb jokes just because the big fella couldn't keep his hands off the apple fritter. Here's what happened. So last night we didn't have an evening show because we did the compound show. Thank you for not making us use the compound cushion this week. That's awesome. I got a rare night off, which was very cool. But I went to the gym. They have boxing on Tuesday. And I said, well, I'll get an extra night of sparring in. I didn't know how heavy the boxing night was on Tuesdays. I ended up going 17 rounds in a row. Now, not all of them were against guys where I could let loose and get after it. Some of it was newer guys. But you're still moving around. You're still, just exerting energy. And here's what happened was I lost
you told
3.
yourself it was okay.
No, look, but it was because I lost 3 pounds from the time I got up in the morning to the time I went to bed at night. Because I exerted myself, So I thought this morning when I woke up, I'm like, well, I've lost over 3 pounds in the last 24 hours. Big boy can treat himself to an apple fritter.
An apple fritter, yeah.
Yeah, a little apple fritter treat for being a good boy.
Yeah.
By the way, this is why I'll never get back down to my fighting weight.
Right, yeah. This is why you're going to see those 3 pounds return relatively quickly.
Yes, because I go, you know what, good boy? Have an apple fritter. You deserve it. And the fact that I only ate half of it, I'm taking that as a victory.
I am impressed that you were able to restrain yourself.
All
right, we went in.
Guys.
But now you're not going to be able to resist the other half. You're like, well, it's already half gone. We've begun.
I ate the other half yesterday morning.
Oh.
So there was only a half left. So I see this as an absolute win. Lost 3 pounds in a day, got an apple fritter. I've got a Celsius. We've got, probably 2 goals left this week, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning. Get after it, boys and girls. We're going to do this thing. Today's a day to celebrate. Johnny's back. We're going to have a debate about guns for...
that's going to be fun.
Yeah, guns for people accused. Now, here's where the debate comes in. And here's where I might piss off a lot of people today. And actually make a lot of people happy, though, too. It's the word accused.
Ooh.
The Supreme Court has upheld a ban for people accused of domestic assault, which is a large amount of guys just going through a bad breakup.
Right.
So
that's a little, ooh.
I didn't know you could take away people's freedom, and owning a gun is a freedom that you have in this country. I didn't know you could just take away people's freedom because you said, oh, he hits me. Well, I mean...
He's really mean to me.
And also, let me tell you something about the power of misogyny and hatred of women. If you hate them enough, and they upset you enough, and, you understand...
It's okay.
The Supreme Court isn't going to stop you. If God can't stop you.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're determined, I've always said this with the guns thing in general. If you're determined to hurt somebody, people always act like, oh, it's the guns. The guns don't enable this to happen on all of itself. People have the desire, and they're like, oh, this is an option.
Right.
You take it away, they'll find another one.
OJ almost hacked 2 people's heads off, allegedly. He didn't need no gun. And by the way, we were talking about this. I filled in for Anthony Cumia yesterday with Gino. It was a great show on Compound yesterday. Compoundmedia.com if you want to go check it out. And we were talking about this. I wasn't aware of this. Did the person, whoever murdered Nicole Brown, did they really cut her fake tits out and take them with them?
God, I don't even remember. This happened when I was a kid. Some of those details were not really...
It's the first I ever heard about it. That OJ or whoever killed Nicole cut her fake tits off and took them. What?
This seems worthy of a Google search.
You Google search that and let me know. I'm going to catch up with Rumble here. The Rumble people, they stop chatting if you don't pay them enough attention.
That's why I keep the chat window up.
By the way, Rumble came out with a studio program. Woo! And I'm going to check it out because Rumble, unlike Restream doesn't include Rumble chats in their chat, so I don't use the Restream chat. I just manually go between YouTube and Rumble, and I don't know what Kick does for us. I know it does 10, 15 people at a time, but I don't want to have 3 chats up. But Rumble has created a studio app where it just combines everything. into one chat. It's all there. And they combine the viewership number into one number, which I think is great. So instead of me sitting here going, what's 400 plus 300? So, okay, we got 700 people. It just shows you right there. Hey, you got about 750 people watching you. I'm like, oh, it makes me feel good. And apparently it's in beta testing. So I can't I can't quite use it fully yet, but I'm really excited about it. But the Rumble people, they get chippy if you don't go talk to them. So let's go talk to Rumble while Johnny looks this up. Packerbacker says the First Amendment doesn't say shit about smacking a bitch. Well, I mean, back then, the founding fathers barely thought that was a crime.
I mean, yeah, they had the rule of thumb.
Dub says, check eBay for tits. Silicone tits have serial numbers, no cap. And MSO just writes in all capital letters, loaf piggy. Make MSO very sad today, guys, if you'd like. I love MSO, but I also like when he cries. Mr. Saints.
Unfortunately, it's all about who she's boning. Nothing about.
Okay, so
we can't find anything about her boobs being removed.
I've never heard anything about Nicole's tits being lopped off.
Never heard that before.
Mr. Saint Caesar says Aaron cannot lose 3 pounds with a dump and all the bread he eats. They're accusing me of just losing water weight and that it's all going to come back today.
I mean, technically, if you're eating a lot of bread, a healthy dump could come through and just wipe out everything.
One person even changed their name to Queso Donkey. We now have, I believe the artist formerly known as Coltrane is now Queso Donkey. Hobo Chili just says, morning kids, morning Johnny, morning L Piggy. There's L Piggy. They're creative with their nicknames.
Yeah. We should make this should be one of your new merch items. Should be like a shirt with either the loaf piggy or the queso donkey. I feel like either could be great.
Queso. So is the donkey made of queso, or does the
the donkey should just be carrying the queso? Let's put a sombrero on him just for fun, and then just he's just a donkey delivering queso.
A guy by the
bread in the back.
A guy by the name of Mr. Imus on Twitter was tweeting me stories yesterday and accusing me of committing the crimes. One of them was a Wonder Bread truck that was robbed.
Uh-oh.
And the other was a Velveeta queso shortage. And I'm telling you right now, I am not guilty in either because A, Wonder Bread, no thank you. And B, I don't eat Velveeta queso. What the hell is wrong with you?
I avoid Velveeta.
I'm a Tostitos man through and through. I am a Tostitos man.
Well, more importantly, Velveeta, just in general, like the actual Velveeta cheese, it's like chemically like one carbon chain away from like fucking plastic. So it's a manufactured food stuff, and I avoid it.
Kraken Slappin says, never heard of the collection of fake tits. Okay, so I don't think anyone else in our chat has heard that the person who killed Nicole Brown Simpson cut her tits off and took them with. So,
but I will be on the FBI watch list now for that extensive search.
SC Motorsports says another one of Aaron's dreams he thought was real. Are we talking about the theft of the bread truck or the tits being cut off? Triple N calling Velveeta poverty queso. Good. Because I was worried that my Tostitos was poverty queso, but apparently that's the primo shit.
No. Velveeta is literally top quality poor people food. It's just
but it's not quite Cheese Whiz.
No, Cheese Whiz is just. Is that even food? I always wondered because it looks remarkably like spray foam.
It's funny to listen to people when you're older talk about what poor people things are, and then realize that you were like poorer than you thought you were growing up, because people will be like, Cheese Whiz. And I'm like, my mom used to put that on bagels when I was a kid. Like regularly, we would have Cheese Whiz, and I enjoyed it. And they're like, oh yeah, spray cheese from a can. And I was like, that was one of my favorite treats growing up.
Yeah, I don't play the realize you were poorer than you thought game, because I started a very low rung, so it's like, holy crap, how close to homeless were we?
So you started.
I don't want to know.
You're saying you started at the bottom. Would you say now you're here?
Yeah.
Okay.
We came. Oh fuck! I forgot the word.
That's all right. It's just the N-word. You'll be fine. Can't say it anyway. Omega Dread says, I get my queso from Chipotle. It was the only thing that didn't give you diarrhea. Cha-cha-cha. It's always nice to see the cha-cha-cha at the end. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, if your queso doesn't have to be kept in the refrigerator case, you are poor.
Yeah.
All right. Gino's Loaf Piggy Gaping Hole says, hello, good morning, friends. Hi, buddy. Very nice of you. George Hargrove says, Velveeta on steak and cheese is surprisingly good, though. Tried it in Philly. Just don't look at it. I always appreciate people who defend poverty food. It does take a level of guts when you're in a social setting. There's a brave, like, Batman-esque quality to, like...
I used to defend, like, fancying up ramen and stuff because I thought that was, like, high-class poverty food. And then I found out, no, that's actually how ramen's supposed to be. And I'm like, oh, never mind. I just did it right. So now I don't even worry about it.
My legs work fine says Loaf Piggy and Queso Donkey sound like the new animal representatives of the current political parties. Dude, we have such a funny clip coming up today, speaking of political parties. A black Democrat went on CNN, and this shouldn't surprise people, but I always love it when they publicly state it. A black Democratic woman went on and basically said, black people are too stupid to know what's good for them, so we need to tell them. Like, just a complete...
It's not my birthday, but thank you.
It's a complete Steven from Django move where she's just, like, yelling at black people for not voting Democrat enough. Because yesterday was, like, a local election day in a lot of places. You know, they pick, like, judges and shit like that. It's an off year. And, oh, by the way, in Pennsylvania, their voting machines had to be shut down for a while because, surprise, surprise, the voting machines kept changing the person that people were voting for.
That doesn't happen. Remember, it's literally treasonous to, well, not literally. It's figuratively treasonous. Get those words right, asshole.
It's okay.
Yeah, you know, who cares? But it's a huge crime to just say, hey, look, I question this election. Remember, because Donald Trump is a giant traitor for doing that. And everybody who questioned the election is a horrible piece of shit. So why would you question an election, especially when the voting machines are so trustworthy?
No, it's okay. That's I read up on that. It's only treason when Donald Trump's running.
So now that these voting machines are like failing in real time in our faces, does Mike Lindell get his life back?
Never.
We don't say he's okay, but like kind of like middle of the road where we let him have a company.
It's a little late, asshole. I've already started smoking crack again.
There's my man.
You can give me my life back all you want, but I'm sleeping on rocks and smoking them too. I could give a good God fuck about an election. Suck my dick and leave me alone. Or I'll suck your dick or your dack. Either one. I call it your dick dack. I've reverted back to childhood because I've been so traumatized by the last 3 years. Buy a MyPillow so I can get high again.
I'll buy a MyPillow. I won't get a new one. I love MyPillow.
Use the promo code rock and roll. God, that's a big fucking cutout. Jesus. And we cut it in half, for God's sake. Oh, man. So, yes, we've got a lot of good stuff today. We'll get into it in just a little bit. Hit like, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, do all the things that pump up our numbers, do all the things that promote our show as we hit that plateau again, peak, plateau, we're going to look for our next peak. We'll just keep doing solid shows. The subscription numbers continue to go up. We also have, sitting steady at that 600 to 700 people a day. Very happy about that. Or, not 600 to 700 a day. Fuck, I actually had, if it was 600 to 700 at a time, we appreciate that. Slow and steady wins the race, boys and girls. And guess what? Tigger Next Door just started our first rally of the day. $15 from Tigger over on PayPal says, it's my birthday, so take my money. Usually we're supposed to do it the reverse way, but I'll accept, man. Thank you very much.
It's his birthday. Do it your way.
Yes. Everyone give us money for Tigger's birthday. I think that's what he would want, is what I'm reading from that. So that's our first 15 of the day, 315 away from today's goal. If you want to help us knock that out, gifted memberships are a great way to do it. We're still at 550. Trying to get back up over 700. We will. The beginning of the month is our worst time for memberships. But 600 is great, and we're only 50 away. So everybody watching, just gift a membership. We'll be good to go in no time. We'll knock out today's goal. Appreciate it. You guys are the best. Thank you very, very much. George Hargrove says, ironic the pillow guy is a crackhead. Crackheads don't sleep. Yeah, notice
that's
that,
why his pillow's so amazing.
Right. Notice that right after he stopped doing crack, he created something that helps people sleep. He's like, God damn, I haven't slept since the Bush 41 administration. I'm tired.
I need a pillow that'll love me.
Mr. St. Caesar says, instead of tips, give Aaron bread and queso. That's all he needs. How about this? There's layers of filtration to this game. You give your money to Steel Toe Media Incorporated. I give everybody money on payday, and then through that, they can get their chips and queso. There you go. Loaded Wrench becoming a member for his 13th month. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, give this to Tigger. Oh, absolute. I'll get right on it. 100%. Absolutely. Egg Picker says, yo, I'm listening on Rumble while gaming for a bit. Sounds good to me.
Awesome.
I appreciate it. By the way, we have to stop making fun of Patrick Melton.
Why?
I'm going to declare I saw that I got sent the saddest thing yesterday, and we have to stop forever.
Okay.
He was trying to watch. There was and fuck that entire universe, but there was a roast battle, I guess, on Kevin's show between Chad Zumock and Ray DeVito. And he was like stream sniping it because he's an unoriginal hack, obviously. And he tried to pull up the Chad video, and he pulled up a video he was watching off air about how to wipe your ass when you're morbidly obese.
Oh dear God, no.
Do you see what I mean? Like I'm not
in the DSP jerk.
Yeah, I'm not even an internet I'm not even I'm no internet troll guy, right? So like to me,
right.
I don't know what your opinion is. You have to stop making fun of a guy after that happens.
Well, I mean,
because so much of what he
do, but why would you?
Right. It's one of those things where like, what are you gonna say about the guy that he's not doing to himself?
Yeah, like the dude apparently is telling like. Because he got pissed at me, I guess, once. Like somebody said, I think
we were making fun of his stand-up set, and he was yelling at you that he wanted you to die. Like he got really mad because we were playing the stand-up set.
But apparently, like it's the whole "you're gonna die soon" or whatever thing. And I actually, like the other day, I was thinking, I was like, that actually is a weird kind of like, thank you. I'm glad that my death can actually be helpful to somebody. Like I'm glad you're looking forward to that. But now it's like, wow, I can't even like because if you're, I have problems, but
dude, that's a damaged guy, like a guy who makes fun of so many people's appearances. He's so see-through. I don't understand. Like his fans are dumb and they don't like him. They just hate other people. So I get that part. But like the fact that they don't notice that this is just a really damaged kid who clearly had a really terrible, shitty childhood and sees that physically he's given up. And then it just causes him to lash out at other people. And he's trying to create a fantasy world for himself. But the fact that he's watching because he is morbidly obese. Like he is, I mean, he's almost he's like Boogie. And he's watching these videos about how to wipe. And then there were people defending him online going, no, he watches those on the show. His whole right side of YouTube was those kind of videos, like how to live life when you're morbidly obese. So if he is playing those on the air, it's a projection of, oh, no, I don't watch them off air. Like he's even trying to cover for himself when that's the worst kind of defensiveness is when you're defending yourself when nobody's accusing you of anything. And you're playing those videos and going, oh no, he watches them on the show. It's just for the show. No. He watches them when he's off air, and then he brings shit up that he's ashamed of on the show to make it look like it's a gag.
Yeah, and if you look at my search history, you'll get a really, really weird collection of the stuff I watch on the show, which is a lot of like police videos, news stories, that kind of stuff. The stuff I watch with my daughter, which is a lot of wholesome kid crap, and then the stuff I watch on my own, which is a lot of super nerdy World of Warcraft shit. So if you looked at that, you'd be like, this is the weirdest closeted person we've ever seen.
Right.
And it would be relatively accurate. But overall, you can't be like, oh, no, this is all stuff I do for the show. Not if it's that prevalent in your search, man.
No,
but you have to have a life outside of your search.
Do you want to see a 20-second clip of it?
Yeah.
It's bad.
I'm imagining.
Yeah, like if I talk about stuff on the show, it doesn't show up in my algorithm. My algorithm is all Vikings shit, Jim Cornette stuff, documentaries on like medieval history. Don't get me wrong.
What happens if World War II wins or if Germany wins? Like, just, weird stuff.
Shut the fuck up. Those are actually... But like along with like what would have happened if the South...
it's a thought exercise. Come on.
I'm a libertarian. We're all thought exercises. What if murder was legal? So here's the 20-second clip that Addicted to Profits sent me. Addicted to Profits is one of those rare guys who's an MLC and Steel Toe fan, like D. Gulag. I find that very charming. I like those people. They know that the internet isn't real. But
enjoy both.
This is probably the last time we're going to be able to make fun of this guy because this is brutal.
He loved it.
I will appreciate the money. I will appreciate the money.
It's Ray.
Thank you, guys.
Look at this.
So he goes to minimize. He goes to minimize.
Chad, what do you think?
He's watching TMI wiping obesity and self-care bathroom hygiene issues. Now, people
what's his face reaction when it pops up?
Right. Now, people were going, oh, no, he talks about this stuff on the show. Okay, but this doesn't happen if you just talk about it on your show. Make going to the bathroom easier, how to pick a wiping aid, the everyday horrors of obese people. It's all just fat people and the things they have to do to live their daily life. Johnny, that's not doing it for the show. That's your algorithm.
Yeah, no, like, because I can go over to literally my YouTube right now.
And yeah,
and you go over and scroll to mine. In fact, hey, this will be weird because of the way you have the frame set up, but we can actually kind of do it. Let's do it this way. Yep, there it is.
Yes, Steel Toe.
You can't see it's special guest big fights. That's one of your shows because I watch those. Airbnb renter who stayed in Brentwood home moves out. Yeah. Trump takes the stand. News story. You scroll down further. All right, so most of these are news stories.
Yeah, it's the shit you watch.
If we keep going, it gets to kids stuff eventually. So I'm gonna go back before then because that's actually just
you don't watch Steel Toe stuff on your show. You watch it in your free time.
Yeah, I make fun of Steel Toe stuff on my show. I don't actually watch it on there.
So this is so bad. This is what I mean by like, I don't take enjoyment in finding out people like this live this way because this is just sad. Like, it kind of brings his whole gimmick into frame, into focus. Mm-hmm. Like, you see what he is. This is what I've always said. This is just a damaged dude who's trying to project this image, and it's so awkward to watch him project it because you're like, dude, we see through you. This is pain. Like, you're playing me, killing a comedy set to a sold-out crowd because you're mad and upset that the industry rejected you and you can't get booked in a town that's starving for comedy. You can't get booked, and so you have to lash out at anyone who actually does well and convince yourself that they're not because you're so goddamn genius and nobody appreciates you. I mean, this guy's like this close to a manifesto, and I don't even think his audience knows it. So he pulls up this video by accident. Let's watch his reaction.
What are you thinking?
Oh, no.
Somebody help him.
Oh, no.
Ray's not that clever on a few of those.
No,
a couple of those were pretty good.
Okay, come on.
Wow, and he goes, oh no, and then moves right on away from
Just
it.
ignores what happened. All right. Yep. Not like, oh, that's for later in the show, or oh, those are those videos we were talking about earlier. None of that. Oh no. Oh, whoop.
But see now, if that came up on this show, we would go, ah, look at that. Oh God, how embarrassing. And I'd tell the story about how I was fucking got in a rabbit hole of like obese people wiping videos. I was laughing my balls off. He just barely acknowledges it, moves right along, pretends it never
A lot
happened.
of people would be like, Aaron's just preparing for the inevitable end of the queso donkey ride.
But now see, this is why Patrick Melton is a useful guy. I'm going to end up having to watch wipe yourself videos because I'm too fat if I keep going down the queso donkey route. Like, Patrick Melton is my wrong turn at the fork in the road. You know, he's the great warning, if you will. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick because people were sending that to me yesterday, and I went, you know what? It confirms everything I've ever said about the guy. Anything he ever says about us is just, it's always a projection. It's always insecurity. I've been saying it for a long time. He's not, it's like Mersh said, he's not competition. He's a sideshow freak. And apparently now he's too fat to wipe himself, which, I mean, lose some weight. Jesus. I don't hate you. I think you're just kind of a hack and you're a coattail rider. You're a climber, if you will. And I don't want to see you like die or anything, but you're not far away. You know, you're morbidly obese. You're spending your free time watching videos. If you're almost 50 years old and you have to watch videos on how to wipe your ass because you're too fat, it's probably too late to turn around. So that's kind of the grave for Patrick Melton. That's the RIP moment. Sorry about that, and I hope you get better. Hobo chili recipe with a couple of $1 Rumble rants says, my daughter needs an expensive operation, so take my money. Yes, of course. We'll collect money for ourselves in honor of Hobo chili recipe's daughter's operation.
Right. None of it's going to actually make it there. We're not doing it on his behalf.
Yeah, I have to be clear. None of it's making it to his very sick daughter. We're keeping it, but it's for her. Hobo,
prayers,
Hobo also with another $1. I'm on the verge of bankruptcy, so take my money. Hobo says, I don't even like this stupid show, so take my money. And another $1.
Hobos.
Oh, boy, people are saying some really nasty shit in Rumble. He's going to play himself soon.
Oh, no.
I mean, he does project a lot of insecurity, so, and he does live on the internet. That's never usually, he doesn't leave his basement. That's usually not a good combo, but we'll see. Egg Picker.
I don't, but I at least socialize with people.
Yeah. Egg Picker says, I feel bad about the Melton McDonald's jokes now. Yeah, we've slowly been killing him, and we had no idea. Oh, now I feel bad. Michael B said,
I always thought him going after people like you or everyone else for your looks is like, that would be me continually going after people for being physically able to, like, you know, run, walk, and stuff like that. It's kind of like, hey, I'm making fun of you for doing the things I can't. And then to see that, if they're like, oh, well, he talks about those on his show. And don't get me wrong, I'm a great self-hating cripple and stuff, but I feel like, again, picking on people who are that morbidly obese and stuff like that, that's just, I think they have enough to deal with in their own life. You don't need to shame them.
Yeah,
you're good.
I don't think so. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says the comfort wipe that he's searching for is that stick you put toilet paper on because you can't reach your asshole. Well, we've seen he has those tiny little arms and that giant fat body, like toothpicks in a marshmallow. So I get it. I mean, it does make sense. He is the perfect candidate for me, for it. So Kraken Slappin says, if I ever get so fat, I need tutorials to wipe my ass. Please unalive me. Yeah. Oh, nobody likes Onion says, no, I was getting advice for my wife. That embarrassment on his face when that came up and him going, oh, no, and then clicking out of it.
Mm-hmm.
He's still the same guy that Red Bar killed. Hobo Chili says, Aaron's manifesto. April, keep the kids away from the queso when I die. Why can't the poor kids have some queso when I'm gone? For Christ's sake, quit being so selfish.
It's the road to the dark side, man.
Balls Deep gifting a membership to Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, Bubble Popper 24 says it perfectly. He just says, yikes. That's pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Meltdown in the chat says, I'm the wrong turn in Albuquerque. Hey, if you got too fat to wipe, wouldn't you just, like, shower it all out?
Well, I'd probably go bidet route at the very least.
Yeah.
You know, like at least, you know, hose it down. But they make like special like, and I know this because of a friend of mine who actually, well, not friend of mine, but a friend of a friend who was kind of, you know, a bigger guy. He has special like wet wipes because, you know, you can't get back there as well. So you kind of got to use something moist to kind of, so they make a lot of stuff for that, for people.
That's too bad. That's too bad.
I have a strict stop eating when I can't see my dick rule. I got it from, goddamn, Dennis Leary. and I've held on to it, and it served me well.
You obviously
I've gotten a little fat because I have a big dick, but
you don't have the commitment level of Patrick. Then he blew right past that. Cocktiff says, "Hey Aaron, remember how big your forehead is? How embarrassing!" LOL. Right? It's like, hey, this guy has a big forehead and he tells racial jokes on stage. It's like, you can't wipe your own ass. I don't really see the need to go back and forth on this anymore. This is. Kyle says,
sorry, your search history was the biggest self-own. I have nothing I could, like...
Yeah, right. You've actually kind of won in a way. Nobody can ever hurt you as much as you've hurt yourself.
It's the Eminem thing. Here, tell these people something they don't know about me.
This is Patrick Melton's B-Rabbit moment. Yeah, sure I have no class. Sure I'm too fat to wipe my own ass. Here, tell these people something they don't know about me. You got me. You know what? I'm Papa Doc. I'm choking at this point. And not like him trying to breathe at night without an apnea machine. I mean like figurative choking.
Oh, that's the other thing that scares me. I hate the idea like hey, you've let yourself go to a point where when you fall asleep, your body might not be smart enough to keep you alive. Just saying.
That's a rough one. Tigger next door with $5 says, sorry about your daughter, Hobo. Here, Aaron, take my money for Hobo. Oh, thank you so much. That's going to help Hobo's daughters. You guys have no idea. Hobo chili recipe with $5 says, get bent 4 eyes. I hope Patrick Melton punches you right in the fat and you have a sucking chest wound with queso pouring out. Hobo, we're trying to collect money in honor of your daughter. Would you please just be professional about this?
At least a little respectful.
Yeah, I mean, people trying to help, and here you are just bitching. 305 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, etc. You guys are great. Thanks for the awesome start. Get us up to 600 memberships, and we'll have literally nothing to complain about in this world. Thanks again. Very, very much. Okay, let's get started this morning. Look, I'm really setting myself up for a big fall. I've been watching an embarrassing amount of Vikings content on YouTube. I mean, so much so that if it were needing help wiping my ass because I'm morbidly obese videos, I'd be humiliated publicly if people found out. But I just can't get enough of this goddamn football team and this new quarterback and everything else. And I don't know, I'm 36 years old. You would think by now my system would go, hey, asshole, you know how this ends. What are you doing? Like, I'm losing weight. I'm feeling good. I'm actually doing ab work at the fucking gym. I'm feeling good about these Vikings. And I know this leads to falling apart when you least expect it. Like, this team doesn't even fall apart at the fall apart point. They find creative ways to pull your heart out through your ass. They've been doing it my entire life and then some. And I still get really hopeful. I'm sitting there like every 3 hours typing in Vikings on YouTube and hitting sort by upload date. And I never fucking learn. Like, we've got an easy part of our schedule coming up. Our next 4 games should be easy wins. And we're probably going to lose 2 of them. And then when we lose 2 of them, I'll go, fucking team, piece of shit, blah, blah. And then we'll, like, beat the Bengals and the Lions. And we'll be like, do shit that wasn't supposed to happen and go, oh, my God, we're back. The Vikings are the greatest. Oh, Josh Dobbs is crazy good. And then they'll pull you. They are so creative. They're like the guy who did the torturing at Harrenhal in Game of Thrones, where they put the rat in the bucket on your heart and then set the bucket on fire. They find really creative ways to pull your heart out of your ass. And yet I still get excited. I'm going to get excited again. If we beat the Saints on Sunday, holy shit, am I going to be happy? I mean, I got a vacation coming up. And when you're going on vacation, you got to save. And I know I should just sit inside. Like, we should hang out with the kids. They should play with their friends. We should hang out at the house this weekend and save a shitload of money and take it with us on vacation. Gambling. But I really want to go to that game. I'm not going to. All right. It would be remarkably irresponsible. But I just.
A few moments later.
Well, guys, we've pushed back. We've pushed back our anniversary. We've pushed back our anniversary Las Vegas trip. We just can't swing it right now after the Vikings game this week. So, Hobo chili recipe with $2 says, no, fuck you. I'm self-destructive. Now take my money. Matt Melt with $4.99 says, I've literally ran out of Vikings content on YouTube. Dude, me too. Matt Melt, you and I are in the same boat. Like, I'm completely out of Vikings shit to watch.
Purple FTW is rubbing off on you.
Oh, it's ridiculous. It's really, it's really something else. And by the way, I've watched all of his videos. I can't.
Oh, yeah, dude. Well, if you're out of Vikings content, I would imagine he was a huge staple of it.
Yes. So thank you, Matt Melt. By the way, that puts us at 300. You guys are doing great today. Thank you very much for your support. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, losing weight, feeling good, my football team is doing well is a very Zumakian way of thinking. Next thing you know, you'll be coming into our Dale Mabry store to steal all of our Android cables. Again. SC Motorsports says, I don't think that $5 is making it to Hobo's child now. No. I have to be very clear about something. None of the money you contribute today will go to Hobo Chili Recipe's daughter, but we're collecting it in honor of his daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts
and prayers to Hobo's daughter. We hope she gets better. She will get none of this money, but it's all for her. Just want to make sure we're as transparent as possible.
There will be no money, but on your death, you will.
Exactly.
You won this, so I got that going for me.
Which is nice. Can you get Fran Tarkington on the show for a rally, says Sci-Fi. Yes, I could. I've interviewed Fran Tarkington before. I hate to spoil it for you guys. He's really pompous and boring. Maybe I was just a shitty interviewer when I was, it was 2009 I had him on because Favre was our quarterback. Mm-hmm. I had him on in the fall of 2009, so it was 14 years ago. Fuck, I'm old. Maybe I was just a shit interviewer because I'd only been doing it for like 2.5 years. But I just remember him just really being high on himself. And I don't know. I didn't find him entertaining. But hey, we'll give it a shot. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says Purple FTW has rubbed off on a lot of people. That's why he had to out himself as bisexual. Annoyed Wawa supervisor is obsessed with letting us know about that. And I still don't know what the full story is there.
Again, what does it matter? Is he doing anything untoward with people who like aren't okay? If it's consenting adults, who gives a shit?
I still don't. I gotta tell you, I still don't know what the story is on that. I just know that Annoyed Wawa supervisor loves pointing it out. Purple Daily on Score North app. Yeah, Steve. Those guys are like kind of long-winded and not very good, and it. Like, I don't know. I don't like Judd Zolgad or any of those young guys. They're not very good. It's so I'll watch like 10, 15 minutes of that and I'll call it a day. Dan, I'm really sorry. If you want to call back in, do it in a little bit. Guess what I don't have, Johnny?
The phone hooked up to the board.
I don't have the phone hooked up to the board. There we go. All right. Now we're good to go. Okay. Perfect. All right. Everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe as we continue on in this morning's program. Egg Picker says you did a good Steve-O interview once. Very promotional of his tour, but good. Oh, that's right. We did have him in.
Yep.
At 101. Fill Some Holes says Adrian Peterson is coming back. No, I don't think so. We'll see. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, yes, Johnny, that's the whole point. He was a sex pest to women on Twitter, and when called out on it, he said it was an overcorrection to him not wanting to admit to also liking men. Dude's a creep. I mean, that's a nice save, though, right? Isn't that kind of the Kevin Spacey defense? I was drunk and gay.
Yeah, but it's weird because, like, with Kevin Spacey, he was accused of doing things that were quasi-gay. This is weird. Hey, man, you're being a little pervy towards women. Yeah, I really like dudes.
Hey, man, why are you being so creepy with those chicks? I'm just hungry for cock.
Just jealous of all the dick they get.
Bro, you kind of went the other way on that one. Dick is this way. You went that way. And then it's not the dick road. Your dick road.
You're in Minnesota, buddy. Steer into the skid. That's the way you get through these things.
Sparky Rhodes becoming a member for their 17th month says renewed just for Hobo's daughter. Wow, that is. That is really that. I mean, that's just a remarkably generous thing. That's just very nice of them to do that. Remember, contribute to Hobo Chili Recipes' daughter today. None of the money will go to her. She won't see a dime of it, but it's for tribute. And of course, an even $300 away for the day. Thank you, guys. It's a nice thing that we're doing. So, Johnny, you're very well aware of this. People who don't live in Minnesota may not be aware of this. But here in Minnesota, it's firearms deer hunting season. Mm-hmm. And this weekend is the final weekend, and I'm sure some hunters are starting to get frustrated. A lot of people take 2 weeks. A lot of people in our audience take the whole week off to go hunting. And a lot of them are starting to get frustrated because we're coming up on the last days of hunting season, and a lot of them may not have a deer yet. Oh, here we go. Now we can get to Dan.
Did you hook it up now?
What do you mean, Dan? What do you mean? I've totally hooked up. You need to get your shit together.
There we go. I think we got off on the wrong foot previously.
I honestly don't remember you.
Sure you do. Come on, let's not cope like that now. Let's have a conversation.
I honestly don't know who you are. Remind me of who you are, Dan.
Well, I asked you about your second wife's roofing job last week.
My wife doesn't have a roof. Oh, are you one of those guys who, like, she helped her dad do a garage and you couldn't cope with it, so you, like, made it some kind of insult? Oh, you're a retard. I'm not. Look, man, we got a show going here. I can't take a call from every autist who doesn't like that my wife is hot. Come on, Dan. Jesus. Your wife helped her dad. Your wife helped her dad with a roof 6 months ago, bro. You gotta find something. What's the saying that the audience says? I have to learn touch grass.
Yeah.
Can you believe being so retarded that you went, dude? I got something so good for this show. His wife helped her dad with a roof. You see what I mean?
Sweet on, buddy. Sweet on.
You see what I mean about people just being too far gone for you to help? I think that's
how do you get there? Like, so
a lot of lonely nights, frustrated, yelling at women on the internet. I think.
I would be happy if someone helped me with my roof. I had to pay a couple of Mexican guys to do it. They did a wonderful job.
Yeah, and all the Mexicans are in the farm fields in Litchfield, so you got to do it yourself.
Yeah, there's not enough of them for the roofs.
Sorry about. And then Dan's like, "Yeah, you remember me," and I'm like, "Dan, no offense.
I have no idea.
I know you have a grandiose concept of self. I don't. It's the old Don Draper. I don't think about you at all. Sorry, Dan." Sage with $5 says it's hack. It's only 10 seconds, but we have a clip. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, God. John and a potato.
KFC, $6 broke after bike repairs, lost the knee gear. What? What?
Lost a...
KFC, $6 broke after bike repairs, lost the knee gear. What?
John.
Cardiff is like, dude, come on. What are you doing?
Oh, no.
Sage, you're a dick. Why are you doing that to John? Why?
What?
You didn't even say gear.
Yes, I did.
I mean, I don't know. Am I the only one? Because, like, we made, like, a couple handfuls of John videos, but it was always like, here's a clip of his show, what a silly goose, whatever.
Okay.
I don't understand the mortal hatred some people have for him. Like, I had to tap out of that whole John stuff back in November of last year when he said, I'm quitting podcasting. And I'm like, well, we're a show that just, talks about the news and then makes fun of people. And if a guy's not going to do a show anymore, then you don't make fun of him anymore. And then everyone else kept it going for like a year. And they're like, yeah, because we fucking hate him. I'm like, what did he do?
Yeah, but if you guys hate him, didn't you get your win? He left.
Yeah.
What do you want?
It's kind of psychotic, isn't it? It's like you hated him. You thought he was the worst guy in the world. He leaves, and then you're like, no, you have to stay.
You cling to his corpse. Apparently, you need him.
Well, that was us when we said, yeah, we're done with this now. They're like, no, fuck Steel Toe. He's an asshole. I'm like, no, I'm just taking off. You guys dox and do gay ops and weird shit, and we're kind of above that. And they're like, no, fuck you, you're a piece of shit. I'm like, look, I'm not arguing I'm not a piece of shit. I'm just saying I'm taking off. See you later. And they get upset. I don't know. Wheat Diff says, rumor has it Dan can't wipe his own ass. Oh, poor Dan. That I understand that then. I mean, if it's a can't wipe your own ass thing, then I'm sorry.
You've got difficulties.
Yeah. All right. So it is deer season, Johnny. And a lot of these hunters are starting to get worried that they might not get a damn thing. They might not get any deer. They might not get any meat to take home to their families. Might not get that big rack that they can mount on their wall. And one thing that I love is watching videos of deer literally just running into people's cars during hunting season.
Oh, yeah. Like I'm not getting a deer. Have you tried using your vehicle?
Yeah. Have you tried just driving down the highway with your brights on? I mean, it's not like the old Ron White joke where he's like, it's a real elusive creature.
Yeah, just start honking your horn as loud as you can. Apparently, the more noise your vehicle makes, the more attractive it is for a deer. Like,
Yeah.
I better go towards that safety.
So now, before I play this video, I want to set the scene for you. It's firearms hunting season. There's a bunch of grown men and grown women who have put urine on their clothing.
You're married to one.
And put special scent stealer on their clothes so they don't smell like a person. They sit up in a tree with a gun and sit there in freezing cold temperatures waiting for one of these retards to come along so they can shoot it with a gun and go, I am a fucking expert hunter-gatherer. I want to show you what one family encountered in their fucking driveway. Here we go. Nature's most elusive creature that a lot of people on Sunday will go home and beat their wives out of frustration because they couldn't
bag one.
Because they couldn't kill one of these. There will be domestic abuse, an increase in domestics in Minnesota because they can't find one of these animals to kill. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you with this.
Oh my God.
Some people take that truck out hunting, hoping to shoot one, pick it up, lug it around, and haul it in their truck. When these fucking assholes go in the middle of a neighborhood, a residential area, and literally jump into the bed of the truck. You literally just need to pull your truck out into the woods and wait for one to jump in. A lot easier to catch them that way. Why not just do drive-bys in the ditch? You know,
it's like he tried to pull an Evel Knievel, but he didn't make it past the third car.
I mean, if I had a 45 on me, I could pull my vehicle over to a deer staring at me and put a bullet in its head. And it would just stand there and watch me. And these people are putting piss on themselves and they smell like deer shit and they're sitting up in a tree and they're like, I'm waiting for a deer to come along. And then they're like, no, we're not in the woods looking for you guys. We're literally running into people's front doors. So you're in the run. You should be hunting from your porch.
Why can't I find any deer? That's because they're all in the roads and in your backyard. They don't know what they're doing.
They came to meet you at your house, you asshole, and you left. You're gone.
They had a buck knife in their teeth, and they're like, all right, let's do this. Me versus you.
And
he couldn't even jump out.
I love that he like retard jumps because he's all shaking. I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
I meant to do that.
Oh. Totally. Hey, don't worry about me. No, I'm fine, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to take off. It's a little embarrassed.
That's the exact same like doof moment you see from cats when they mean to jump somewhere and they fail, or they just like do something because they're really agile, and when they fuck up, they immediately look around. Did anyone see that? I did not mean to do that.
Or when you slip on ice in the wintertime on a sidewalk and there's people walking by and you're like,
you gotta be like, oh wait, well,
you almost fall down so you pretend you're dancing, you know, like that whole move, like, or you're like, you know how Michael J. Fox always steered into the skid of his Parkinson's triggers?
Mm-hmm.
Like if his arms shook, he just went like he was like making the Thriller video. Like
Right.
that's kind of what that deer did. It just went, oh no, it was a triple jump I was doing. And
I meant to do this.
yeah.
I'm dancing. It was a celebration of life.
You don't know about deer parkour? You guys don't watch the internet? Kyle says, Aaron, you missed the best part of the video. That's all I had. That I had a 17-second clip. If you got a link to more of it, I mean, absolutely. Slap My Ass Sally says, did you hear the story behind the video? Put her in the chat. I'm all ears, boys and girls. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, don't let him lie to you people. The only reason Aaron saw this video is because he was interested in purchasing that Pontiac Vibe. You guys are actually very funny. Kyle says, see the car pulling up to the driveway? He just drove far to buy that truck with a promise that it was in good condition. Oh, no. See, now I would go out in the woods and strangle that cocksucking deer at that point. Now that deer's
still good condition. I mean, maybe take a few bucks off for the damage, but
yeah, that car pulls up and goes, so that's a discount, right?
I don't need to like Carfax that, right? I saw it happen, so
that was actually that guy's trained deer. He's like, all right, you got to put a couple hoof prints in the side so we can get a $500 discount. What do you say? Slap My Ass
for you.
Slap My Ass Sally says he was actually selling that truck, and the guy who was going to buy that truck just pulled up in that vehicle on the street. Well, I guess you guys got something to talk about. Michael B.
Fucking deer, am I right?
Fucking deer. Can you believe that? Michael B. says we had one as a child jump through our front living room window. My dad had to beat on him. My dad had a beat on him, but forgot to rack the shotgun. Oh, shit. Wheat Diff says the deer was upset because its steel toe membership lapsed. Well, would you guys start gifting memberships so that deer maybe lands with one? That would be nice. We don't need to see deer kamikazeing themselves on people's trucks, for God's sake. Sean says, Aaron, did you get my Facebook message pick for April? Yes, I did. I sent it over. We took a look at it. You son of a bitch. A new bedside is $3K, says Kyle. Ooh. It's going to hurt the old resale for sure then.
Ooh, Jesus. But that looked like it had one of those protective liner deals in it, right? You okay?
Yeah, how do bed liners hold up against hoofs?
Yeah. And again, where the deer fucking came out of nowhere, like in midair, like they airdropped the damn thing and it just jumped at it. It didn't seem like it damaged the truck too much. It was more of like a holy fuck moment, if anything.
Sean Raz says some dude had just arrived at this house to buy. Yeah, the Rumble chat says, see, if you would have been reading Rumble, you would have known this beforehand. Well, fuck me. You guys are right. Egg Picker on Rumble says, is that Melton when he tries to reach the McDonald's drive-thru from his car? We're done, guys. He can't wipe. He's too fat to wipe his own ass. We have to be done teasing that guy. We've already damaged him enough.
As someone who's going to die soon, I'm saying, look, it's sad. Leave him alone, okay?
Leave him alone. He's going to have to live with that for at least 2 more years. Annoyed, what happens first? He dies or I get divorced? I'm not sure. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says that household had a Silverado, a Camry with no bumper, a Pontiac Vibe, and a wife assuredly with a black eye. Well, you know, you got to keep up appearances, I suppose. Oh, by the way, not 300. Aaron, retag the goal. There we go. 295 is the number. Thank you guys very much. A great start to today's show. We appreciate
the
your
whole
support.
side panel was smashed. I guess I should watch it better.
Yeah, I don't think the resale is going to be what they thought it was.
That is going to damage the vehicle's
going to have to drop the price.
overall value.
Good old JR becoming a member for his 16th month. Somebody else in the chat came here from Cumia. Great job on the show with Gino yesterday. I couldn't find that one. Again, damn it. Of course, I can't find a compliment in this chat full of hey, loaf piggy. Oh, Scott G. There we go. Thank you, Scott G. Subscribe to our program. I hope you enjoy it. Johnny, you're going to love this. This is a birthday story right here. Black Democratic Representative Jasmine Crockett says black voters are becoming less supportive of Biden. Now, remember, Johnny, if you don't vote for Joe Biden, you ain't black, which is why I did not vote for Joe Biden. I wanted to make it very clear. I wanted to make sure there was absolutely no discussion about the matter. They're less supportive of Biden because feelings are dictating their reality, and they're not understanding how any of this works.
Oh, no.
That's right, boys and girls. On CNN, a black Democratic woman went on TV, asked about why black people don't support Biden, and she said, well, they're clearly too stupid and emotional. Like,
Look, I understand black people. If they would put down the pipe, they would understand. Like, wow, lady. Jesus.
Just black people go out there. Fucking Stevens from Django being sent out in the media. It's like, look, if we go out as white Democrats and say this, they might call us racist. So we need all of our blacks, I mean you people, I mean Negroes, to go out on TV and just talk about how stupid you people are. Like, what? Wait, what? No, don't worry. We'll buy you a house on a lake. Oh, okay. So I get the Bernie Sanders deal. Ooh, no. Not the White Lakes.
All right. Look, guys, we need one of our house Dems to go out there and convince the rest of them.
we need to make sure that, the blacks know their place. So we need you blacks to go out there and tell the other blacks, if you could. You know what? Take this skull of old Ben with you and explain to them.
Look, if I go out there, they'll be too distracted by my white privilege to know that I'm telling them what's better for them.
Let's play this thing for you guys, and then I'm sure the jokes will be aplenty. This is I want to get the name right. Democratic Representative Jasmine Crockett trying to talk about Biden's slumping numbers amongst black voters. Here we go.
Here's the deal. Perception is reality. And so when you look at the data that was provided in this poll, it talks about how people feel. And when people decide whether they're going to the poll or whether they're not going to the poll, it's all about how you feel in that moment. And so while the facts may not align with their feelings are dictating their reality. Their reality is that they said that they feel better or they felt better when Trump was in office.
And we all know that means black people are stupid. Like, she's letting their feelings. No, first of all, you can't, as a Democrat, use a Ben Shapiro argument. That's not how any of this works. Also, no, it's not their feelings. They're not doing this based on their feelings. Their feelings aren't reality in this case. Their reality is their reality. Life sucks. They have no money. Everything's super expensive. Their bills have gone up and their income has stayed the same. That's not their feelings. That's unless you mean feelings by they take their fingertips, they feel the inside of their pockets, and there's lint in it. He's like, oh,
costs are up, wages are down, and you only get mugged if you go down.
The preacher man says it's the end of time. The Mississippi River, go and try.
Oh shit, that part is true.
But you sit there and you go on TV and you're like, well, black people with their feelings. Oh, she's like a minute away from yelling at movie theater screens, showing up late for job interviews if they show up at all, and then not voting Democrat. It's all going to hell, folks. They don't know what they're talking about.
And even if their feelings don't match reality. No, I think you're missing the part where your reality is an illusion.
Right. How fucked up is it that we have a black woman at a table of white women shitting on black people? It's almost like she's doing a minstrel show, like she's dancing for her white bosses and going like, oh, Lordy, you know how stupid the blacks are, just not voting Democrat enough. Don't worry, white ladies. We're trying to whip them back into shape. I don't know. Did you ever think for a minute that maybe the problem is you or no? I mean, they say the things out loud that they accuse Republicans of thinking.
Right. Because apparently if they say it out loud, it's not racist.
Yeah.
If they think it privately, it's horribly racist.
If you can get 60% of any voting block, it's not anti that person when you shit talk them. I didn't know that was the rule.
But we've been trying to push back. We've got some very popular African-American artists that are out here saying things like, oh, I got checks when Trump was in office. I want those checks again, not understanding that really came from Congress.
Is she saying You know, black people, they just love free handouts from the government, but we gave you those handouts. I mean, this is just really shitty.
They really loved it when they made this money under this other guy's administration. But hey, remember, it wasn't that guy. It was the people in Congress. Right. So then why isn't it happening now?
Right. It's just so bad.
So we've got a couple of things, the perception issue, and then we also have an issue as it relates to civics in this country and people not understanding exactly how any of this works. Here's the deal.
You see, CNN, literally the end of that interview is her just going, you see, guys, black people are stupid.
Look, we don't go to school, so we don't learn shit. That's why we don't know how any of this fucking stuff works.
Do you know
Do
you know how much of our audience is watching this right now going, God, if I could say those things in public, I'd be so happy.
Hobo Chili Recipe hasn't said anything because he's too busy jerking off with both hands to type. He can't.
Hobo can't chat today. Hobo can't chat today because he's chafing from both the fingers and penis. He's actually got bandages wrapped around his hands.
He's massively inflamed.
It's the biggest his dick's ever been because it's just swollen from friction. Mad Comics says the good news is they are trying to reduce expectations already a year early. I mean, how in the world are you going to bring in black voters by just saying they're too stupid to understand how good what we're doing is for them? I mean, I'm at the point now where if you vote for Biden and you're black, I can't blame the Democrats. Like, they've told you who they are. They've told you what they think of you. They're saying it publicly, and you're refusing to believe them. I'm not saying that Republicans would be oh so awesome for black people, but historically they have been, going all the way back to the Civil War and all that stuff. The Republicans have done better by black people a lot of the time, even if the words they use aren't the best.
They might not think the most of you, but they don't care if you succeed and get ahead. They just feel like, whatever.
They don't care if you get wise to their horse shit and call it out. They don't go, well, you understand they're all dumb. I mean, Democrats lose like 6 black votes and they start going, you see, back in the slave days, they used to take the big black and breed them with the big woman, and then they'd get a big black kid.
See, the problem is we're not getting these votes because these are too stupid to get an ID, and they can't.
God, man. Vinegar says the Democrats are Denny Green. We are who they thought they were, and we let them off the hook. Yeah, Jeremy S., same thing I said. She's like Samuel L. Jackson in Django. She went to CNN, and she went, I misses you like a pig miss slop, like a baby miss mammy's titty.
Like I miss a rock in my shoe. I never got that one. That one seemed like it sucked.
He's saying he didn't miss him at all.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
He was slowly getting to, fuck you, Calvin. Like, they were showing how familiar Stephen's allowed to be with Calvin, like how different it is being a house Negro. So, yeah, the black representative is like, she goes to CNN and she goes, who is that black Republican voting for Trump? I said, who is that black Republican voting for Trump? Oh. Geesartel says 100% black employment rate, no black homeless, the good old days. Yes. But don't worry. She just said it's an issue of they're too emotional and they don't get how exactly any of this works. Black people
and their perception doesn't match reality. I love that part too. That we keep. By the way, they're delusional in they don't realize how great they have it right now.
Hobo Chili says, I look like Jean-Claude Van Damme in Kickboxer. My hands are wrapped up, but it's the crystallization of my goo. Oh, shit.
It's just dipping them in glass. And that's not going to help.
Scary Terry says, I'm cranking it to this woman over on Rumble. I mean, it is just, it's too good. Like, it's too... I would feel bad if I were writing a sketch show that made fun of Democrats, because I'd be like, how can I can't make that funnier than it is.
They made the joke. At this point, you can't even do it better. It'd be at the best, you're doing blackface. That's all you can do.
Right.
Just add it to.
George Hargrove says, I told my friend I started listening to you, and he said you were a racist and don't like black people. Is that true? First of all, the fact that your friends heard of us is aces. I think that's great. Second of all, how can I be racist? We're sitting here defending black people. We're saying that they're being treated like fucking infants by the
Democratic Party.
By this racist-ass political party. The problem is they've done such a good job of brainwashing people that saying things like we should just treat black people the same way we treat everyone is now, you're racist for saying that. You're like, no, you have to treat them with kid gloves and make them special. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure they're just like the rest of us and they want all the same things. And they're like, no, that's racist. I'm like, wait, just so I know the rules. I'm racist because I think black people shouldn't be treated any differently than anyone else. Correct. You're a bigot. Well, then I guess.
Oh, you sound racist. Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
Again, it's just kind of like we make fun of everything. So it's like, oh, you're racist. No. Everything's a joke, but we point out that that's racist. So again, I don't know how you get the racism.
Scary Terry says this is like the voter ID controversy all over again. Democrats saying black people aren't capable of getting IDs. Right. And the racist position is, well, yeah, you should have to show an ID to vote. I mean, it's only reasonable. You have to show an ID to get cigarettes or booze. You should have to show it to vote. And they're like, oh, so you hate black people? You're racist? I'm like, no, you bigot. I think black people are perfectly capable of going to get an ID. They're what's wrong with you?
I think their ability to obtain an ID is every bit as capable as mine. That's actually not racism. That's seeing us all as people.
Yeah. Thinking that black people are intelligent is apparently racist, I guess.
Well, then call me a KKK Klansman.
You can tell jokes about white people and Asians. You can't tell jokes about black people. Oh, so I'm racist now because I think black people are fully as capable as white people of understanding a joke versus an actual statement. Okay. I understand. Yeah, Scary Terry or Hawkeye with a great point. Or no, I'm sorry, it's Egg Picker. Maybe you both have a great point. But Egg Picker goes, yeah, what Democrats, the non-racist ones, what do they put in black communities? Crack pipe vending machines.
Because again, these people are entirely unable to control themselves. They're just a bunch of. If they just said it like not subliminally anymore, just look, we got to give you guys the crack pipe vending machines because we know you need your crack, we know you need your pipes, and this is the best way we can keep you safe because we can't train you to be better. So.
And again, look. One place I do feel bad for black people, it's not like the Republican Party is a super awesome option.
No.
But historically, you have done better under Republican administrations.
It's suck and suckier. It's just
right.
Like, which one do you want?
Just like us. Congratulations. I wanted to get into this next thing. Yesterday, we talked about this woman who she wrote this advice column question to the New York Post about, I can't stop nagging and criticizing my husband even though I tried to. What's wrong with me? And we're like, oh, you're an insufferable cunt and he should divorce you. And she's like, oh, and he's getting really quiet.
With your sister.
Yeah. She's like, oh, he doesn't fight back. He just kind of gets quiet. And I'm like, yeah, he's silently resenting you and wanting to leave. He hates your guts. And you probably hate his. If you actively wake up in the morning and you say, I'm not going to criticize my partner today. I'm not going to shit on everything they do. And then you see them and start shitting on them. I've got bad news. You hate that person.
You do not like them.
You're not a fan of theirs. And maybe it's time to call it. Well, to prove that I'm not just a disgusting woman hater, and I said just.
Can be.
Yeah, but I'm not just that. I'm a lot deeper than that. Let's criticize.
I've got layers.
Yeah. Let's criticize a guy today. So, a man reportedly discovered that his wife is cheating on him, but she insists she can because he cheated on her first. The 32-year-old man shared that he recently caught his 29-year-old wife cheating on him with another man, but didn't know what to do. You leave. So you're telling me you wanted to fuck this other chick, and you did. and then she wanted to fuck this other guy, so she did. It seems like the solution to your guys' problems is just tell each other to fuck off and go fuck these other people.
Or just be completely cool with the fact that you're each fucking other people. Again, if you both are cheating, it's either stay together and be cool with it or leave.
Okay.
You got the two.
I understand that first option, but I'm telling you, I don't want to be in a situation that could potentially be ripe for a homicide.
Look, I'm not saying it's the wise idea. I'm just saying those are your literal only two options. You can either both be cool with the fact that you're sleeping with other people and stay together, or you can admit that the inclusion of other genitalia means you guys just aren't right for each other.
It is really, you can't really get mad at someone for cheating on you back. I mean, you're the one who opened that door.
You took the first, or you threw the first blow.
Literally and figuratively.
And
They drew first blood, sir. They drew first blood. Wouldn't be nothing if it wasn't for that king shit husband. All I wanted was him to fuck me, but he kept pushing it into other women, sir.
So, yeah, if she cheats on you back, that is a very clear answer that you two have not resolved this thing and that further action needs to be taken. And you know what you do? You say
that guy has a really big dick.
Yeah, and you know what you do? You look at her and you say, you know what? Touche. Let's draw up the papers and call it. He explained that he snooped through his wife's phone. Okay, see, now if you're doing that with your partner, you guys
It's
don't.
done.
Yeah, it's over.
You don't have any trust. It's over. If you got to snoop through the phone.
Look, what it do, baby boo? Oh, no, different. You're not. That's not snooping through someone's phone. I apologize. Hey, 295 away. How have we not hit this goal already with gold like that? Streamlabs, PayPal, membership, super chats. I mean, fuck. And remember, it's all for Hobo Chili Recipe's daughter. None of the money goes to her, but it's for her.
We're collecting it on her behalf.
What we're doing today. Yeah, if you're going through a partner's phone, it's over.
I think it's done.
Yeah. And I know women sometimes they're like, wow, women have this weird, like, authoritarian TSA airport mentality about guys' phones. And guys have a kind of a porcupine need for privacy. And women will be like, oh, you won't let me go through your phone? What do you have to hide? It's like, well, nothing, but fuck off. It's mine. I don't want people going through my shit. You're not going to find me cheating on you. You're not going to find me sending terrible things to women, but you are going to find shit on there that's going to make me look like a dork or a weirdo or a creep, and I would rather you didn't look at it.
Maybe some of my more critical opinions of you that I've shared with other people that I don't share with you out of respect for you. Like, I'm not going to throw that at you because I'm not a dick, but I might be talking with a friend where, oh, my girl does this. Yeah, my girl does that. And it bugs me. Like, sometimes you got to vent.
I hate to be this guy, and this is going to get me called a lot of gay slurs, but I have learned in my old age with this current partner, my wife, from day one, I've been like, you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to trash this one to other people. If I ever have anything like shitty to say, I think that's an important one. If I can throw that piece of advice out there and you guys can take it or not, maybe it won't work for you. Hey, look, not an expert.
Yeah, I'm a younger guy. I got to fucking let this soak in. I don't know if it'll work.
Don't criticize your partner to other people for two reasons. One, it's just going to breed resentment. Three reasons. Two, your friends are going to think something's wrong when all you're doing is venting. And three, you miss out on a golden opportunity to shit on them right to their face. I mean, what are you going to do?
Don't do it to your friends. Do it to her.
Yeah.
That's what she's there for.
Like my buddy and I were talking. April and I went over to his house for the Vikings game.
Told her once, told her twice.
Yeah, and his wife was down there too. And he and I were talking to each other about how these women criticize the way we watch football games. And with them right in the room, we're fucking sitting there yelling to each other about like, yeah, it's fucking horseshit. I'm yelling at the game. They think I'm mad. I'm having a great fucking time. I just need to yell at the Vikings. Now, what fun is that if you do that privately, like you're hiding Jews in an attic in Germany? It's a lot more fun to do that right to their face because
it's a lot more fun to pretend to be the Germans. Get them out here.
We do our dealings in the sunlight, damn you. But if you're snooping through your partner's phone, it's over. You don't trust them. You're done. Call it a day.
Can't you just cunt punt him?
Right, exactly. Just be done with it.
Because the pussy ain't shit.
Sorry. The anonymous 32-year-old man shared that he recently caught his 29-year-old wife cheating on him. She was in the shower. He went through her phone and discovered texts that confirmed his suspicions that she was cheating on him. Yeah, you're like reading texts of your wife talking about sucking dick and some guy talking about, yeah, I'm going to bury my cock so deep in your pussy. And you're reading them, and like for a split second, you're like, oh, this is fucking hot. Until you realize your wife's talking to another dude, and you're like, whoa, well, what the fuck, man? This is bullshit.
So you want to do? Oh, that's pretty. Wait a minute. Whoa, hold on.
Wait, did I just jerk off to my wife talking about fucking another dude? That's the third time this week.
I should just do it in the room while they're together. Oh, shit, I have a problem.
Been going on Pornhub way too much. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, congratulations to St. Louis Park for electing the first Somali mayor. Well, I mean, that was just a matter of time, right? It's Minnesota. It's going to happen. I feel bad.
Demographic?
Yeah, I feel bad for Keanu. Keanu came here twice this year, and she wanted to see a Somali. Yeah, she wanted to see a Somali. Chrissy comes here, and she sees like 5 at the airport right off the bat, and didn't even appreciate it. Like Keanu would have came up to him and said, like, "Can I rub your head?" or something like that. Whereas Chrissy just goes, "Oh, whatever. This must be how it is in Minnesota." She doesn't even care.
Oh, look, there's another group of people. All right. So where are we going to do this kneeling on the neck at the Floodmore thing? What's going on?
Balls Deep gifting a membership to George Hargrove. Thank you very much. Between 383 Novocaine and Balls Deep, that puts us at 290 for today. Keep her going, boys and girls. We appreciate your generosity on this listener-supported program. 290 away from overtime, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Thanks for your generosity. So this guy explained that he snooped through his wife's phone while she was taking a shower and discovered texts that confirmed his suspicions that she was cheating on him. I felt so betrayed, he wrote in the thread. But you fucked around first. That's the other thing. If you're checking your partner's cell phone, I'm guessing that you're up to shit too.
Yeah, because you literally are catching some of the same signals that you kind of smother, where you're like, oh, she won't know anything's up. Right. Totally under the radar. Yeah. But then you're catching a few of those little whiffs, and you're like, wait a minute, that's the same. I wonder if she wouldn't be doing the same hinky bullshit that I'm doing.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you notice the trends because you've seen yourself do them before. I always, my biggest thing I'm going to have to worry about, thank God, is that April's going to bring some stacked chick home because she's part lesbo. She's sending me like Instagram messages like, oh, did you see this thing that Paige Van Zandt put on Instagram? I'm like, would you fucking settle down a little bit? You gotta
just get thirsty over there.
I'm like, you gotta go lay some pipe to her so she stops lezzing out over her Instagram feed. And you're like, she's gonna bring home some chick with giant tits. Like, you want to fuck both of us? I'm like, look, I appreciate how much you love me, but this is gonna go down a bad road. Let's just, look. You gotta calm down.
She's gonna like you more than me. I'm gonna feel jealous and like I'm the third wheel. Like, what am I, just a piece of meat over here? Well, technically, yes. I mean, that's what it is. But
Ambivalent Bastard says, Keanu Thompson is a menace, and I'm so glad you made me aware of her. She's wonderful. If you don't, Keanu's one of those people where if you don't like her, you've got problems.
That's a problem with you. I hung out with them on Halloween. It was just a great time.
Balls and Wiener says, St. Louis dark, am I right? Come on now. Isn't that what 90% of Minnesota calls it? I grew up next to a place with a higher crime rate than other suburbs. Well, not next to. It was about 15 minutes away from me. But it was called Brooklyn Park. And the very creative name that the people of Minnesota came up with for it was Crooklyn Dark.
Yeah.
Crooklyn
I knew that one, and I didn't live anywhere near the cities.
Yeah, which is funny because I always thought that place was like more meth heads and shit than black. But hey, what do you do? Maybe it was a black Democrat who named it. Mikey,
we had the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, so there was a smattering of everything. We didn't have any fun names for any areas.
Mikey Two Milk says Keanu's OnlyFans is meh. Well, she says by her own accord, it's just like costumes and lingerie and shit like that. You know, you're not getting like if
and
you want
one butthole pick.
But he seemed like a straight shooter, you know? Yeah, if you're looking for a girl to, like, you know, pull at her labia and show your kidneys, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's not the one for you.
That's not Keanu's brand.
No, it's not her. It's not her brand. She has a very PG-13 OnlyFans. Mr. Saint
That's
Caesar.
the weird thing. OnlyFans can be, like, completely wholesome. It can be. But then there's also one lady like, and this is the cookies that I make for my friends. It's like, oh, isn't that nice? And right next to her, and I like to jam this kumquat up my twat. Like, oh, come on. Why are these two together?
OnlyFans really is a diverse group, isn't it?
It's the true form of I guess, freedom of expression on the internet. You just do you.
Right.
In all the ways.
Mr. St. Caesar says, Aaron, we all know you checked April's phone for the bread recipes she was going to cook you. Well, come on. I need to know.
That's why she made me give her the pickle bread recipe on paper form. She's like, if you text me, it won't be safe.
Right,
like,
exactly. Okay. Yeah, look, I'm not going to be able to control myself. Packerbacker says, Aaron hadn't realized April is totally into chicks. I mean, there definitely certain ones. That's for sure. Omega.
Dude, I don't know. I caught a pretty hefty vibe of that one of the first times we hung out when we were at that comedy show, and I was flirting with that that interesting young lady.
Is that how you talk about Asian people? You call them interesting young ladies?
No. This one was Hawaiian. She wasn't Asian.
I mean, it was potato, but go ahead. Your turn.
Right, but I'm just saying in general, like, so I was flirting with that lady and everything, and April was pointing out how early on in the night she said, "What's up, green eyes?" or something to April, and April was like, "Oh, hello," and it's just like, I was like, "Wait a minute, am I now fighting Aaron's lady for my? This isn't fair. Can I at least have a shot? I'm a cripple. Like, come on, give me a fair chance."
April is like, with her lesbian energy, is like Janusz in Ghostbusters. Sometimes I just gotta hose her down with the slime, and then she wakes up fine. You know,
she feels so much better.
I have positively charged ooze, and she wakes up feeling like $1,000,000. She looks up covered in it, and she goes, "I love you."
She's just laying there and you're above her. Your love taking me high.
Jackie Wilson starts playing every time I give her a facial. Than I've ever been lifted before.
Where is it coming from? Phrasing.
The husband admitted that he strayed in a drunken fling 2 years into their marriage, but insisted that his wife had forgiven him after the couple went to counseling. No, she forgave you once she got penetrated.
No, she forgave you when she realized, oh, so it's open dick season.
I can fuck that guy at work? Well,
I've been thinking about that hog ever since he accidentally brushed up next to me by the fax machine. I mean, it was totally innocent. And I don't know if it was because of me or not, but he was chubbing hard. And I'm like, ooh, I wonder where that goes full term.
Oh, hopefully not as far as our accidental pregnancy will. 4 weeks. He also swears that he has never been unfaithful in the 3 years since his one drunken hookup. Come on, honey. I never fucked anyone after I fucked anyone.
Look, I cheated on you, but I didn't do it twice.
Yeah. What do you think I am, an asshole? He says, I know I messed up. However, it seems that his wife may have forgiven him, but didn't forget. She claims her affair is okay because I cheated on her, and I set the precedent for allowing infidelity. See, this is why 90% of the time I think if there's cheating, you got to fuck off. You got to be done. Because this is going to rear its ugly head, and it doesn't make you any more noble or any better because it happened to you first. It's still really, really bad. And then if you're the guy, even if she has forgiven you, if she does stray and she does end up cheating, she's just going to use what you did as an excuse. You know women love to bring up shit from 3-4 years ago. So you just...
Yeah, but let's be honest. If, let's say, for whatever reason, you're in a mental place where you don't decide that that's a sign to leave. If you stick it out and you stay with that person and she cheated on you, are you not going to use that as your defense when if a sweet piece of trim comes by and you're like, how could you do this to me? You cheated on me.
Right. You got yourself a pass, and you get that pass forever. That's why, again, if it happens, move on. Because it's like the going through the phone thing or the criticizing thing or the going silent thing. You did it for a reason. You don't if you love a person, like you can't cheat on someone and then go back to them and go, I love you. No, but you don't. Like if you love someone, you don't want anything bad or sad to happen to them, let alone you doing the thing that causes the sadness. You're not
if you
capable.
look into a person and lie to their face to be like, oh, no, it's fine. You go hang out with your friends. I'm just going to go hang out with this guy for a while. We're just going to see a movie or whatever. Like,
right.
And meanwhile, he's laying pipe or something. It's just like, yeah, even if he's not laying pipe, just the whole idea that you're like, no. There's something happening here, but I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm just going to tell you, you go do you. And it's all good.
Yeah.
No, it isn't.
Packerbacker says, to be fair, Packerbacker says, dude, if you watch this show, you can tell April would dive into some puss. But like I said, then I got to give her the Janusz.
I don't know. I got to say, man, I don't know if she's ever been like subtle about it.
Like I said, all you got to do when she starts sending you the Paige Van Zandt pics is you got to give her the Janusz treatment. I go, well, one in the box, ready to go. I come fast and she comes slow. Packerbacker says, to be fair, if you do counseling and she openly forgives him, she can't cheat to equal shit out. Well, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. But again, if it's a possibility and you're going through phones and shit, you obviously are not, again, you don't love each other enough to trust each other. It's over.
If you opened the box, so to speak, and then you literally like, oh no, she forgave me, but then you don't trust that person to the point where you gotta be like, well, I gotta. Have you been forgiven? I mean, that feels, if nothing else, like punishment in and of itself.
SH says either you forgive them and move on or you leave. You can't hold a grudge against them for years and bring it up later. Most people can't really get over it, so they should leave. Mr. St. Caesar, April never comes, Aaron. We know. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning into the joke a little bit. Look at someone as fucking drop dead gorgeous as the wife I have. And I know that the people who don't love this show, that makes them angry, but look at her. If I wasn't throwing good dick into that chick, is she sticking around? Absolutely.
Maybe she just doesn't know what good dick is.
Guys, I appreciate the compliment that you think I'm such a strapping prize physically that she would just stay even if the fucking was subpar. But no, the fucking has to keep her here. I apologize if that's inconvenient for you, but I don't
mean to cast aspersions here, but I've never thought it was you were a strapping physical specimen. I assumed she was a paid beard.
Oh, well.
That's just been my fence.
I mean, that would have to be your alternative, that she's getting compensated to be here. Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. She's a paid performer to help sell the I'm straight, guys. I don't work out and do boxing stuff because I like being in a small space with sweaty men and just, ooh.
I got to be able to bang this broad, Henry.
Look, I'm just saying.
I've tasted a lot of semen.
The pain is for me. The pain is for you.
Oh, my lucky stars. A Negro.
No, wait, what? No.
What?
No.
I did not have a missing monkey on my bingo card this morning.
Sacre bleu, no.
I haven't drank enough for you yet.
We're feeling good. Things are happening. Keep your fucking mouth shut.
All right. As we move on with this morning's program, hit like, hit subscribe. What's not to love of this amazing show, you pieces of shit? And remember to give some money to our show so we can have a tribute to Hobo Chili Recipe's daughter. That would be lovely. Get weird and generous this morning. Secret report shows that Homeland Security worked with universities. You guys aren't going to believe this. You guys are going to think this is crazy. You know, there's only one thing worse than your country not being the free country you thought it was when you were a kid. It's knowing it and not being surprised when you're given more proof about it. You know, it's like being given proof that like some scientific formula shows you that pizza tastes good. And you're like, well, yeah, I mean, fucking everybody knows that. It's almost hack for you to
I love
report
this
this. Like, whenever I see a news story that said, oh, did you know that our intelligence services worked with these social media companies to limit your freedom of expression? And I'm like, I mean, I haven't seen the report yet, but yeah, I mean, this is like telling me pizza tastes good. It's pretty much working under that assumption. Remember when everybody started coming around to the lab leak thing?
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, we have these emails that Fauci hid that shows they knew it came from a lab. Isn't this a crazy revelation? And you're like,
No.
I mean, I'm glad they're admitting it, but we kind of already knew.
You were calling me a conspiracy theorist for saying that very same thing 2 weeks ago.
Like hearing this shit that Homeland Security was working with universities to censor Americans' online speech before the 2020 election. It's like when Clay Aiken told us he was gay. You know, we were like, I mean, I guess you're doing this for you, right? Because we already knew. We were aware. You didn't need to tell us for us. But if you needed
by the way, guys, all that like election interference stuff, questioning legitimacy, why would you do any of that? We only have proof that the government actively swayed public opinion.
Oh yeah. The laptop was Russian misinformation. There's no need to report it.
Trump's getting peed on by hookers.
Yeah.
He's a horrible guy.
And by the way, it's only election interference when Trump protests. Then it's election interference. After the election is over, after the verdict has been decided, after Joe Biden's going to be sworn in, then they have that rally. And then, yeah, that's Trump interfering with the election that's already been done. But withholding information, I mean, 8% of Americans would have changed their vote.
Yeah.
From Biden to 8% of Biden voters would have voted for Trump if they would have known about the laptop thing. And that would have completely swayed the election. It would have been a landslide. If that would have happened.
It's almost like these magical votes that came in the middle of the night. Some of them might not have come in the middle of the night if people knew everything. But again, that's not election interference. That's not in any way affecting an election. Why would you question its legitimacy? We just lied to people.
Exactly. Yeah, we just lied to you and then suppressed information that would make us look bad. How is that election interference? We didn't say.
Then we called the other guy and everyone who supports him a terrorist for daring to question the legitimacy. Now we're trying to throw him in jail for literally anything he's done.
Right. How are we interfering in any elections? Come on. We're the American Intelligence Agency. You can trust us. The Department of Homeland Security, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and the State Department all worked with American universities to stem what they viewed as disinformation ahead of the 2020 presidential election, a new report claims. The Committee on the Judiciary and the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, led by Republican Jim Jordan of Ohio, produced a document detailing a series of reports that claimed government entities worked in tandem with Stanford University and others to censor Americans before the 2020 election, including true information, jokes, and opinions. Now, we've already seen the reports that the CIA would directly be in communication with big tech, like Facebook and stuff like that, and Twitter back before Elon Musk owned it. And they would work with each other, so to speak. Like Facebook is so a confidential informant, not even confidential. Facebook is so an informant to our intelligence agencies.
Zuckerberg's a straight up CIA puppet, practically.
Yeah. He must have declined them a favor, though, because he tore his ACL recently. And he ended up in the hospital. So he claims he was doing jujitsu and he tore his ACL, but I'm thinking he must have said no to turning over some documents. And
somebody gave him a once over to remind him, hey, who's in charge?
Hey, that pro-Palestinian group that you've got on Facebook there, you think you could give us their private message logs? No, I can't. Oh, what happened to your knee, Mark? Oh, watch out. Those stairs are steep. You got to watch your step, pal. You little klutz, you. The federal government, disinformation experts at universities, big tech, and others worked together through the Election Integrity Partnership to monitor and censor American speech, Jordan wrote on his X account. Oh, man, it's Faustian. The Election Integrity Partnership was limiting the information about the election that the American people could see And like, it's not even, I'm sorry, but the government is not the bad guy here. I expect the government to try to do this shit.
Right.
I expect the government. It's kind of like blaming the single person for the affair. It's like, no, that person's just trying to get pussy. Like, they're not the bad guy.
To fuck.
Yeah, it's the person who has a responsibility to either a marriage or freedom to say no. Like, the university is the one that goes, hey, we're an institution of higher learning. We're part of the, what do you call it? Election integrity partnership. This is uncouth. This is not okay. You expect the government to be shitbags and try to rig things and corrupt things. It's the people.
But our cities now too.
Well, that's my point. Is that you don't blame the government for that kind of stuff. You blame the people who historically, like in the 60s and 70s, said, we have to have free thought, man. We have to have open conversations, man. And then something about some snipers at Kent State really changed their attitude, lickety fucking split. That's true. Maybe that's why universities work with the government now, because the last time the universities tried to go against the government, a few kids
The government kind of shot a bunch of them.
The government sniped a bunch of kids, and as their brains were leaking out on the courtyard, they went to the dean and went, any questions? Like, no.
Do we have any questions? Who's in charge now?
Yeah. We'll give you that list of Vietnam protesters in the morning, we promise. Or you could get them to us by the end of business today. Yeah, or we could do that, either one. Just sees a guy looking through a rifle scope, and he's like, you know what? Today by the end of business sounds good. How do you feel about even 4:30?
I could make it work.
It's a little too perfect. Is all. Like,
I gotta use the restroom quick.
They just ask them. They go, hey, do you think you could give us the skinny on what your students are talking about? And they're like, oh yeah, sure, here you go. You're like, well, I guess there goes freedom, huh? Just that quick. Laughing Lions becoming a member for his 7th month says it's election fortification for our democracy, citizen. Yeah, I wish we could bring back Orwell and just show him and then let him go back to bed. Just go like, hey, George, look what they did. And he's like, they called me crazy. Boy, what's that meme where he's like, boy, I fucking nailed that one. And he did. He totally did. Let's catch up with you guys. Thank you, Laughing Lions, for becoming a member for your 7th month. Everybody else throw in a little something, and we'll knock that 290 down. 290 is the number today. Thank you, Laughing Lions. Yeah, Michael B says, 4 dead in Ohio. That's all it took. And now the colleges are like, yeah, I think falling in line is probably a good idea. Scary Terry says, I'm wondering why someone would feel the need to admit something so sensitive on an online anonymous chat. What are you talking about? About the university stuff? Well, they didn't think that they would report it to the fucking Department of Homeland Security, for God's sake. Sean Raz becoming a member for 17 months. I'll tell you this. These college kids are about to find out how the other half lives when it comes to censorship and all that. Because all of these kids who are pro-Palestinian, they're getting their jobs fucked with. By the way, I'm against that practice. But you understand there's part of me that really likes that it's happening to some of these pieces of shit. I only like it if they learn a lesson from it, which I know some of you are going, Aaron, you sweet summer child. They're not going to learn anything from this. But the fact that they have the quote-unquote wrong opinion, which I think these college kids are fucking stupid for sticking up for Hamas, but whatever. But you have the wrong opinion, so we're going to call your potential employers where you're doing interns, where you're doing your internship, not where you're doing interns. I'm going to run again. Where you might be, working in the future, we're going to call them and say, don't hire this person. They hate Jews, so on and so forth. If they learn from that and they go, wow, maybe this censorship and cancel culture thing is bullshit. Maybe I should stop doing this. Then I would go, you know what? A bad thing happened, but a good thing came of it. But I don't think they're not smart enough to connect the dots. That like, oh, no, I should still cancel that guy for saying shit I don't like. I just don't like that the people that told me to do it to that guy are now doing it to me. it also shows that these institutions have absolutely no scruples. It's not an anti-Republican thing necessarily. It's just an anti-whatever the fuck we think thing. And if you don't think Israel has a right to just go in there and start bombing motherfuckers, we're not going to argue with you. We're just going to call your jobs and make sure you can't work. That's it. So Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron, you sweet summer sausage. It's not summer child. Summer child, not summer sausage. Hobo.
Now I'm hungry.
Right? You asshole. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all that big tech is doing that, but and they roll over quickly and universities roll over quickly. It's just that there's nobody with balls anymore that tells the government to fuck off. The government calls me, hey, can you send me those documents about what your students are saying? Oh yeah, we'll get those to you right away.
Well, it's only kind of like we have a whole bunch of money pouring into these institutions from the government. So I wonder if there's like a whole, hey, we don't really agree with this. We don't want to do it. Yeah, we're going to have to turn off that financial tap and maybe start discussing whether or not student loans can be, forgiven with bankruptcy. Okay, whatever you want. Just keep that money coming.
That's a good point. Here we go. $5 coming in via Venmo. Let's read this one. Signed up to be a steel toe bro and don't think it worked right. Uh-oh. Scott G or Scotty G was not able to watch the members only show on Monday, even though it says I'm currently subscribed. Don't mean to bug you, but maybe you can confirm it on your end. I will certainly do that today. In fact, I'm going to keep that one of these notifications up so that I can check on that later. If I don't, feel free to bother me about it anytime. I'm going to get that checked up for you. That does put us at 285, by the way. Thank you guys very much. Continue to knock that number down. And we are cooking, my friends. Keep it going. So you have that. I think when the government calls these universities and goes, can you give us the information on what your students are talking about? And the university says no. The person on the other line just goes, 10 soldiers and Nixon's coming. We're finally on our this summer right here. Or you just put them on hold and that song is playing.
Oh, no.
You're not going to give us the information on that Twitter space that you had? No, we're not doing that. All right, hold, please. For dead in Ohio. What the hell is that all about? You trying to send me some kind of message? No, sorry. It's just an automated thing we have. Sorry about that. Let me put you on hold again. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit. I'm pretty sure you're trying to send me a message.
Look, I'm just saying, I really think you should do what we want. Most people do what we say.
Whatever
Or
reason
they're
it is,
dead.
it seems like they've stopped. What's that?
Or they're dead.
Oh, I hit the wrong one. I had a shorter one.
That's right. I think you meant to say, I think what you meant to say was this.
Living in the gay world.
Oh, guess what I get to hit for the first time today?
Not now, Charles.
He got up a little late this morning. Somebody was drinking too much Evan Williams, I believe.
I'm a homo.
I just like throwing that in there. You can't play part of it and not get that in there. You gotta.
All right, you're right.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Oh, how did we
now
not
I have to grab that one?
How did we not play that during the Democratic representative segment?
Oh my God, that's a missed opportunity.
Son of a bitch. So you no doubt people have heard about the Nashville shooter manifesto.
Mm-hmm.
The trans person who shot up a bunch of people. We talked about it.
Crowder do a big thing about it?
Yeah, Crowder got himself back in the news in a big way. Like, it's funny because it was like 2 days ago I was on the show going like, man, what's Crowder been up to lately? Like, he hasn't
heard from him in a while, and then all of a sudden, boom.
All of a sudden, Crowder just goes, oh, yeah, well, look what I got. Meaning, like, the cops in Nashville are Crowder fans. That was kind of disgusting. They're like, you know who I can release this to and trust him is that Steven Crowder fella. He would never steer me wrong. And
he's a real straight shooter.
Yeah. Crowder put it out there, and Rumble's very happy because they're getting a lot of plugs and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently it's touched off a firestorm. Now, usually when you release one of these shooter manifestos, the media can't get enough of this shit. They jizz all over it, and then people say, It's funny because it's usually the people on the right, like Crowder, who are going, we shouldn't publish manifestos. We shouldn't say their name. We shouldn't put their picture out there, shit like that. And it's the media going, well, we have a responsibility and blah, blah, blah. Now it's completely flipped. Now, because it's a trans person who's saying like crackers and gay F words and shit like that in their thing, now it's the Republicans going, we have a need to report this because it goes against the narrative of blah, blah, blah. What narrative?
No.
Right. What narrative? It was a trans person who was remarkably mentally ill and took lives. It's not like we're, telling any tales out of school. But then the media is now the one that goes, oh, no, we don't print manifestos. That's irresponsible. And then social media goes, we need to block this story and limit its reach. And Facebook's been taking it down. What are some of the other ones? I think Instagram has been kind of being hush-hush on the whole thing. YouTube, we have to be careful. We can't read any of this manifesto because YouTube has YouTube's been nailing people for reading the manifesto. Now, Kyle says it's alleged that he paid for the leak and the 2 officers were fired. Well, look,
even if he paid for it, that's still...
I hope that he does right by those guys then because, if it costs them their job, I mean...
Oh, no offense, I don't trust Crowder to do right by those guys. I trust Crowder to get what he wanted from it.
How dare you, sir? Watch it. Fucking watch it, Johnny. Fucking watch it. Did you give the dog his medicine? That, I think, is the worst part of that video to me, is where he tells his wife to put on gloves to give the dog its medicine because she has to put on gloves because the medicine she's giving the dog
could kill the baby.
Is dangerous to the babies that she's carrying. Yeah. Well, shoot
if the dog means that much to you, you give the fucking dog its medicine.
Not only that, if you have to give the dog, glowing green medicine to keep it alive, shoot the fucking dog. Crowder, Jesus. I know it's the only thing that loves you, but I mean, let go and let God.
Well, the dog knows how to respect the husband. As long as there's some Skippy involved, the dog knows how to respect the husband.
How do you respect the husband? And the dog starts licking peanut butter up Crowder's ball sack. That's how you respect the husband.
Yeah, get my yam bag.
Exactly. Oh. Crowder, let God take care of the dog. Crowder looks back at them. God's going to have to sit this one out. By the way, am I wrong for not watching the Shane from The Walking Dead Punisher because Thomas Jane will always be my Punisher?
You're not wrong.
That sounded fucking gay, by the way. I want to point that out.
Yeah, it does sound a little gay, but Thomas Jane's Punisher is really the best one.
Yeah.
Because they did one movie after that Punisher Warzone one. That one sucked.
Who'd they use?
Fucking A, I can't remember the guy's name. But it was an uber violent one. It's like, hey, how about we go above and beyond with the violent stuff? And it was just not that great. But the show, the Punisher show was actually really, really good. I actually liked that one.
Okay. Yeah, they cast that movie really well too. The movie one. That was, I mean, the guy from Armageddon, Chick, playing Quentin Glass was awesome. Travolta did great in that movie. The guy who's not Bubba from Forrest Gump was a great chicken shit partner. By the way, is that the director's cut where he goes to his house and has the guy blow his head off? Where he asks him, where's your boat and where's your watch and shit like that. Is that a director's cut that I saw?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
It's not normally the head blowing off one isn't, I don't think, a part of the normal one.
Okay, because I remember, but I'm not crazy. That scene exists, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Where he tells him, he's like, you sold your boat. And he's like, well, about boats. The 2 best days, the day you buy it and the day you sell it. He finds out that what's Saint's first name? Howard Saint gave him money to tell him about Castle's family and where he was, and it was his partner who sold him out.
Yeah, Ray Stevenson is the Punisher Warzone Frank Castle. And it's not I don't mind Ray Stevenson. It's just the whole execution of the movie
just sucks.
It's just uber violent.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
So did they do a straight to DVD one? Was that what it was?
No, I think they tried to make a thing of this. I
Oh.
don't know if they went straight to DVD.
Okay.
Is Punisher Warzone a sequel to Punisher?
Well, I hope
Punisher
so.
Warzone was written by screenwriters. There is no connection at all. So it's not an origin story.
Oh, it's a
just
reboot.
standalone movie.
Okay. Jake, thank you for becoming a steel toe bro. Appreciate that. Queso Donkey with $2 says for homo, decide if it's Aaron or it's for Aaron or a sick kid. Now remember, none of that money is going towards Hobo's sick kid. It's all going to this show, but it's for Hobo's sick kid today. Speaking of which, Hobo with $5 says, nice matching shirts. Is today bring your crippled child to work day? I've got a guy that's freebasing Queso and Tiny Tim playing dress up. You know, one of these days, that shit's going to hurt my feelings, you piece of
It's
garbage.
not the same shirt. You got like a Nike one. This
That's
is
my
just-
softball shirt. We had these made for our softball team.
Yeah, and I just thought I should wear a steel toe shirt. Otherwise, the other shirt I had set aside for the show this week is my green one, and that would be weird with the screen.
Yeah. By the way,
floating
that now makes the number 275. 275 is the goal today. Thank you very much. Keep going, guys. Just load up that PayPal, that Venmo, Streamlabs, all that shit. We appreciate all of your support. Haven't donated some money in a long time, but I just woke up to my theme song. One of your few black viewers is back and enjoying the show. Jared with $5. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. What do you mean few black people? Everyone watching this show right now. F in the chat if you're black, please. Rumble and YouTube. If you're black, just put an F in the chat. I'm going to show you how many black viewers we have. Why would these people lie? F in the chat if you are an Afro-American, I believe is the terminology we use. There we go. Ladies man, who is clearly black, puts an S in the chat. What an asshole. Look at all these Fs that are showing up. Dozens of Fs already. Even you ain't getting my money, who doesn't even really like me. With Fs in the chat. There's some N's in the chat. I see what you did there. Miguel Alvarado says, does Puerto Rican count? Oh, fucking always. To us. Yeah. Shit, shit, man. Italian counts on this show. You ain't getting my money, says, because I'm really black. I don't think so.
Does it matter?
Prove it. It would be funny if he goes, I sent this comment in late. Is that enough evidence? You son of a bitch. All right, thank you.
I can't afford to donate to the show. Wait a minute. Now you're just, who's a stereotype?
You ain't getting my money. Oh, wait, he is black. Okay.
Oh, all right.
I understand. Does screwing a black chick count, says Kraken Slappin'? Always. I'm very much a one drop of cum rule kind of guy.
Now I'm just jealous.
Yeah, Johnny likes them. Wait, I said that as though I don't. Not as
Oh shit.
I don't think
I mean, it almost sounds like
I want these people segregated.
Oh, no.
Oh, my lucky stars, a Negro.
Why does that sound like Matt?
Welcome to the program, boys and girls. Ryan the Garbage Man says, "Can we prepay for Rumble Link Friday?" I don't give a shit. You know what this show's really known for? Turning down money. It's
we got scruples here, all right?
Exactly.
Dignity, values.
270 away from today. Thank you guys very much for those $5 coming in. Anyway, we were talking about Crowder and the manifesto thing. Well, apparently, yeah, it's getting the officers have been fired who leaked it, which has never happened before. These manifestos come out. It's getting exhausting, and it's not even entertaining for me anymore to point out these hypocrisies. I do find it cringe when conservative commentators go, can you believe the hypocrisy of the media on this? I'm like, yes, I expect it. It's almost, you know what I mean? I'm not even going to hit play on this story because it's like, we all know how this movie goes. Like, it's almost like you're surprised that Rocky and Apollo both went down in Rocky 2 and that Rocky beat him to his feet at the 10 count. It's like, you've seen this movie before. It's like when I watch Inglourious Bastards and I'm like, just let him make it out of the theater. We can figure something out. And then Hans Landa makes that deal, and I'm like, oh, at least one of them.
At least one of the good ones made it.
Oh, score 1 for the good guys. That's he actually did in that movie. A Nazi was the hero.
I mean, technically, yeah, he made sure it all happened.
Yeah, without him, Hitler doesn't get killed. So, I mean, if you take nothing else from the movie Inglourious Bastards, it's that the Nazis won. Which basically happened in real life, too. I mean, Werner von Braun and Operation Paperclip and all that. I mean, everyone thinks the Nazis all went to Argentina. No, they didn't. They went to work for NASA.
Yeah, dude, most of them went to Washington.
Yeah. Where did all the Nazis go? Did they go to Argentina? No, Langley. I don't understand what you guys. We bought them first class plane tickets to come here.
Well, after we won the war, we destroyed all the Nazis. No, we didn't. We moved them to the Kennedy Space Center. Yeah. That's where they're at now.
Hey, who are you? Oh, I'm just a fat crank addict who flies airplanes. Well, you're gonna die, Goering. Do you know anything about rockets? Oh, yes, I know a lot about rockets. Well, you're important. You get on the airplane. Goering, we'll hang your fat ass. We don't give a shit. This guy knows shit about rockets, and we need to beat the commies. But first, we have to kill Patton for wanting to invade Russia, and we'll be fine.
Again, why didn't we just keep him? He wanted to fight the commies. It would have worked. It would have worked fine.
Well, I mean, we did draw up a plan. The Americans drew up a plan to rearm the Wehrmacht, the Nazi army, use their tanks, oil them up, gas them up, and use what was left of the German army and their new jet airplanes, because Germany just didn't have the fuel or the pilots to fly their new jet planes. We did. And we were going to take all that technological help and our atomic bombs, and we were going to invade the Soviet Union and depose Stalin. And the British were like, no, we fucking hate Hitler so much that we'll never help the Germans. And so the British kind of put the kibosh on that.
Wow, thanks, London. Woo.
Well, you know what Patton's favorite quote was? After we beat Germany, his quote was, "On to Russia."
Yeah, but wasn't Stalin's thing like fucking Alexander the Great made it to France or something?
No, what he said was they met to discuss the post-war Europe and what the plans were. And FDR and Churchill said, wow, Stalin, you must be really happy, after everything your country's been through, to be here in Berlin. And he said, Tsar Alexander made it to Paris.
Oh.
You're like, oh, it's fucking cool.
Yeah, he did that as a diplomatic mission, or Tsar Alexander was a little more aggressive.
Yeah. Okay. So Paris it is then, huh? Can we kill this motherfucker, please? All right. This next story is the one that I think is going to bring the big debate today. I think a lot of people are going to want to discuss this one. The Supreme Court is likely to uphold a law banning guns for people accused of domestic violence. Now, the key word to me, and this is the one that they're going to hang gun rights people on, and they're going to, make them look like they're terrible people who don't give a shit about women. But the operative word here is accused.
Right.
Now, if you want to take the right to own guns away from people who have been convicted of domestic violence, absolutely.
All right, fine, yeah.
They've shown violent tendencies, and you give someone like that a gun, and really terrible shit could happen. So, yes, they've been proven guilty. It's been adjudicated. Take away their guns, 100%. They could hurt somebody. But accused? That means that most men who are just going through a breakup or a divorce are going to lose their Second Amendment rights. All because some woman said, oh, yeah, he hit me. And by the way, that guy may be guilty. Absolutely. But we have rules in this country. The reason this country is dying the way it is because we've decided that these rules only apply when they're convenient and they don't cost us anything. And when you do that, then the freedom doesn't exist. If you only appreciate the rule, if the rule you followed brought you to me, what good was the rule? Yeah. Don't put that amendment in your pocket. It's your lucky amendment. If you put it in your pocket, it'll get mixed up with the others and become just another amendment, which it is. That look, for some reason, as like tense as that scene is in No Country for Old Men, it's the funny look he gives him at the end that kind of scares the shit out of me most. Like this psychopath was literally ready to murder this poor gas station owner. And
the entire character in Anton Chigurh is just like, okay, what the fuck?
Yeah. fuck is wrong with this guy, man? Or, hey, we agree, the scene where he kills the accountant guy, where he kills Stephen Root, and then the guy goes, are you going to kill me? And he goes, that depends. Do you see me? Is he giving that guy an out, or is he basically saying, like, you're fucking dead?
I think he's giving him an out.
Okay.
Like, if I didn't see nothing, like, didn't see nothing, won't be nothing.
Okay. See, I thought he was like, you really asking me that question? Ladies' man says that was him giving an out. Okay.
I think it's him giving an out. Because I feel like if he was gonna just flat out kill him, I don't know. Does he seem like the guy like, I'm gonna give you a bunch of intricate wordplay and really lead you down a road before I just, you know, like
well, he kind of taunted Woody Harrelson quite a bit.
Yeah.
He drug that out. And he was totally ready to kill that gas station owner after fucking with him forever. He's like, dark is not a time. What time do you close? You're a little deaf, aren't you? You don't know what you're talking.
I just want to watch them.
You don't know what you're talking about. I didn't put anything up. Yes, you did. You've been putting it up your whole life. Yeah, when he's like, do you have any idea how crazy you are? You mean the nature,
of this conversation?
No, I mean the nature of you. Like, Woody is so angry he knows he's dead and he's just fucking pissed about it and he's just lashing out. Jake Hudson gifting a membership to Papa Dan. Thank you very much, Jake. That's very kind of you.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. So now let's talk about this gun thing. I'm going to lean back in my chair. I'm going to get settled in here. I might even, you know what? I might even put my feet up for this one. We're going to talk about this for a while because I think it's important. It's Second Amendment. It's gun ownership. A lot, I'm a Second Amendment guy. I know a lot of our audience is, but some of them might not be. And they can make me see the light on this issue because to me, and Michael B says, engage your core. Fuck off. That's funny. To me, I'm a big Second Amendment person, and the Constitution in general to me is protected by innocent until proven guilty. I don't think you can lose your rights without due process of law. So if somebody says he hit me, he beats me, so on and so forth, I don't think government agents, police officers should be able to go into your house and take all your guns on that accusation.
Right. But is that really what's happening? Like, have there been people who've literally had their guns taken because of this? I mean, like, I get you're not allowed to own them and things like that, but in a lot of these situations, isn't it kind of a thing where if she accuses you of domestic assault, you're just kind of like told to stay away from each other?
What the federal law states is that it bans individuals under domestic violence restraining orders from possessing firearms. It was a 1994 law struck down by New Orleans-based Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals earlier this year after the panel of judges ruled that it failed a test set by the Supreme Court's landmark 2022 ruling in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin, which requires gun laws to be consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation, meaning you have to be convicted of something
before they can take away your rights.
To lose your rights. Well, this 1994 law says if you're just under a restraining order for domestic violence, you can't possess your guns. Not you can't buy a new one. You can't possess them. So
that's just like, I see your point, but I also I have a sister and friends that have been in situations where they've suffered domestic violence. And so, like, in those situations, I would not want that other person to have access to a firearm. But again, that's a situation where it's that person, and I don't trust that person, and I don't think that person has that right. But that's a very weird way to, like, make a blanket statement that nobody who's accused.
Right. To me, how many times have we seen accusations where people get restraining orders, and then the only reason there's a violation of that restraining order is because she let him back in the house. They were living together, but they got in one little fight and their mom got scared. and said, we're calling the courtroom and we're enforcing the order of protection. I mean, Gavin McInnes always says that. He goes, he gets arrested for an order of protection. Meanwhile, his socks are in the top drawer.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I just feel like this is one of those gut check moments where either we believe in this shit or we don't. Like, if we don't believe in innocent until proven guilty, then fine. Okay. Then let's just say that. And then let's start the slippery slope towards an accusation is the same as guilt. Or we believe in this shit, and even if you're a bad guy and a terrible guy, and you may have beaten a woman, and you may have, committed domestic abuse, you haven't been convicted yet. We can't just go in there and start seizing your property. However, there is precedent for this. People get arrested they get charged with dealing drugs, and they take your cars, they take your house, they seize your assets. You haven't been convicted yet. So it's not like we don't do this.
Right.
So there is that. I mean, look, I'm torn on it, but I think, and it's obviously different if you've gone through it. I luckily have never had to be associated with anything like this. So I'm kind of talking out of my ass. So I can afford to be flippant about it and go, well, I got to side with the Constitution and due process, and I think you have to be convicted before you have something like that taken away from you.
Yeah, and it could be like, I know this doesn't happen, but it could actually be used in some ways to like if you're a woman and you decide that you need to protect yourself against this relationship that's been going bad, all he has to do if you have a gun to protect yourself is go, well, she beats me and abuses me, then couldn't she technically lose that right to the firearm if you...
Yeah, you have to have the order of protection. Now, could you argue that getting the order of protection is going through due process? Even though orders of protection are handed out pretty easily.
What's the burden of proof on an order of protection?
Right. It could just be, I don't feel safe.
Right.
So that's not very due
process.
Because
if it all it takes is someone saying, look, I'm saying this happened, and then we're going to treat that as verbatim fact, then that's, again, a slippery slope.
Yeah.
It's really easy to say something happened.
Mr. Approachable says, I am a huge gun guy, but this law actually makes sense if there is a pending domestic abuse case where you've been accused, you're not allowed to have guns. If you're proven innocent, you get it back. Well, see, there's a gun guy who says, you know what? This isn't so bad. Also, I don't know how much this actually protects women because, I mean, this country has a pretty good history of even if you're not legally allowed to have them, people get their hands on guns all the time. And
that's why the people are like, oh, if we make these guns illegal, it's about protection. It's like, you really think they're not going to get a hold of them if they're illegal? If they want to use them to hurt people, they're going to find a way to hurt people with or without them.
Ambivalent. I want to get to the audience on this. I'll go to Rumble and YouTube. Ambivalent Bastard says, I won't give up my rights or anyone else's for my own safety because I have the right to keep myself safe. Skeezy says, I want to preemptively thank all the wonderful police officers who enforce these unconstitutional authoritarian edicts. You know, I wish we could do a study. I really hope there's a lot less of those gay thin blue line bumper stickers on people's cars after COVID. Because all of these people who were like, oh, yeah, police officers deserve our support. You understand these people proved for the last 3 years that if they're told to fuck you over and take away your freedom, as long as the check clears, they'll do it. Like, cops aren't these protect and serve heroes. They're fucking mercenaries for the state.
Yeah. They're the jackboots of the government. And as long as the government's happy with you, those boots will do what you need. But the minute the government needs to keep you in control, first person to the door.
Yeah. SH says, I know of that happening more than once to the same person. She got mad and called the cops. He spent a few days in jail, and then she wants him back. Rinse and repeat. Yeah, it's almost like fucked up people find fucked up people.
Yeah.
And then they hit each other.
Fucking with each other.
Yeah, and then they keep hitting each other in the head with shit. And it's like, would you two just either split up or stop? Like, how many household goods are you going to break over each other's domes before you realize that maybe this isn't going to work out?
Why won't you love me? Because the bat's aluminum and it hurts. All right? That's why.
Now, I also think that if you enforce this, and again, I'm against enforcing it, but if you do enforce this in a sick way, I do think this would cut down on domestic violence a little bit. I think there would be guys who are so into their guns where they're like, oh, if I fucking hit her, I'll lose my guns.
Yeah, but this is where I have a problem with it. Even if that does keep the guy at bay, the rule is still set up as such that if anything happens with their relationship ending, the accusation is all that is needed to at least temporarily remove his right to the guns. Now, I'm not worried for most guys like, oh, you don't have a right to a firearm, you can't defend yourself. I was like, no, you can still defend yourself, just not as well, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole all it takes is an accusation is the part that worries me. It's just, again, I feel like we need a little bit more than just, look, this happened. I'm saying this happened. Like, if we have proof of an assault, if there's like you were in a hospital, like clearly you've been beaten, you've got bruises, whatever. If we have something to literally put some credence to, I'm like, maybe he doesn't have a gun for a little bit.
Packerbacker on Rumble says people need to look past the surface on things like this. This isn't about legit domestic abuse cases. This is about the government using blanket accusations to seize guns. Next thing you know, domestic terrorists. I mean, look, the slippery slope argument when you're talking about the government taking away rights, we have to stop pretending that slope doesn't exist.
Yeah. What were the last 3 years?
Right.
Oh, flattening the curve. That's right. That's what that was.
Boy, you can draw a straight line from the Boston marathon bombing to the COVID lockdowns. You're like, oh, so they do kind of like slowly get us used to the idea of locking shit down. That's interesting. Egg Picker Wins says, just let the woman shoot the man. Problem solved. That's kind of the it's coming right for us defense, isn't it?
Yeah, can we have the opposite rule now where it's like if you accuse someone of domestic assault, we give you a gun. Well, hey, if it happens again, shoot that sumbitch. Like, there you go. How about we do it that way? Now everybody's armed. Keeps us all equal.
Right, yeah, it's just take care of it yourself. Then we don't have to adjudicate the damn thing. Yasser Arafatass says Chad is issuing an order of protection against Ray DeVito after the sexual assault yesterday. I don't know anything about it. I was doing Anthony Cumia's show. I had bigger and better things to do than worry about that shit. Queso Donkey says accused isn't convicted even if the guy's a piece of shit. Yeah, it's part of it. Guy Sartell says maybe she should have just listened. Oh. She would have just done what I done told her, then I would have my guns and I could go hunting this weekend. Razor Tip says even if guilty, it's illegal because it's not historically good. That's just it. It's like you try to support the Second Amendment on something like this, and you just hand people ammunition to say, oh, so you support domestic violence? It's like, no. I just know what you people are going to do if I say yes to this one. You never stop.
Yeah, I'm well aware that this isn't your goal. This is just your current goal. So if we give you this, the post is going to move and you're going to slide it further down the field. I'd like it to stop here before we even get there. So.
Mr. Approachable says if you've been charged with a violent crime, they can take away all of your rights and lock you up in a jail cell until your court date, even if you end up innocent. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like the people who get wrongfully accused of shit. There's no real way for you to pay them back because you can't give back time. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I almost went into law enforcement. I just don't hate myself that much. Hey, that's always good to learn about yourself, though, right? Dead Jester says, wait until shutuf and there aren't any checks. I don't know what shutuf is. Aristocock says, I was pro-cop until I was arrested so many times. Turns out I'm an outlaw. Who knew? Hobo says, I was never pro-cop, believe it or not. The jam-up guys in the military, worse than civilians. Kind of like Will Teasel and Rambo.
Yeah. I always thought that was weird. I always thought, like, cops would be kind of like, hey, man, you're a soldier. Let's give you a
I wonder if there's not a little bit of dick envy there, that, like, cops aren't seen as heroic as soldiers are. So cops have they got a chip on their shoulder about it. I wonder.
But in my opinion, like from what I've understood, a lot of times people in law enforcement were in the military. Usually it's like one to the other.
That's true. And then again, when have any cops been known to be insecure, So I withdraw. Zach Anderson says, you don't get to take away people's rights without due process. This shit is completely opposed to innocent until proven guilty. And, that's kind of where I stand on it. That's what I keep coming back to. I understand all of the arguments on this issue.
Mm-hmm.
You look, there's a domestic violence accusation. There's a restraining order. Doesn't this woman have the right to be safe? I keep coming back to two things. One, innocent until proven guilty. And number two, you really think that stopping this guy from having guns is going to stop him from violating a protection order and fucking her up?
Yeah, if that person is determined to hurt that lady, they're gonna do it. Again, it's a matter of people always act like, I said this before, people always act like the gun is I'm gonna kill this person because guns are available. No. This person wants to kill that other person. The gun was just their first choice. You take that away, they're like, all right, so what's my other option? Well, stabbing's still good. I got some rope I can use.
Well, shit.
Worst case scenario, I got a car with plenty of gas. I mean, there's gotta be a way they're gonna figure it out.
Or you're a man and you just use your bare hands. I mean, she's tiny. You notice that not a lot of fat women get beaten. You know, you're worried about the repercussions.
Not a lot of fat men do the beating either.
No, they're
it's almost
hittable.
like if you can run away from the guy, you're fine.
Skeezy says, just accept the state as your Lord and Savior and accept that you are cattle at their mercy. Well, I mean, guys, I'm running out of arguments against the guy. I'll say that. Oh, shit hits the fan. I read it as should've. I thought he misspelled a word. I am, if I may, a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Hobo chili recipe with $2 says, I fucked a female cop once. I gave her the thick blue vein. See, Johnny, the thick blue vein. That $2. No, see, he's talking about his penis.
Oh, okay. Oh, I get it.
Yeah, you see, he put his genitals inside of her. 270 away from today's goal after Hobo sticking in a few bucks. You guys do the same. Everybody throw in some money. Let's knock that number down a little closer to that goal. 30 minutes of overtime if we knock it out. Otherwise, we end early if we don't. Let's support Steel Toe, keep her on the air. We do appreciate the audience that keeps this show going. Again, 270 away from knocking it out today. I think we've covered it. I think that's about the intelligence level of this program on an issue like that. I just keep coming back to, I don't think the gun is the problem, and I don't think it stops the problem, and I don't think you can take people's freedom away.
Like I said, I was making a joke about it, but honestly, it really, as fucked up as it is, it would make more sense to go the other way. Like, all right, this person is accused of beating you and stuff, and they have weapons and everything. So how about you have some stuff to defend yourself?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, just go the other way on it. Let's go to our next thing here. By the way, hit thumbs up. Help our algorithm, especially on Rumble. Help our show grow. And also hit subscribe. Subscribe, like, throw some money at us on one of those PayPal, Venmo, or Streamlabs links. It's our life's blood, and we do appreciate it. Let's go to Ilhan Omar. Who doesn't love an Ilhan Omar clip, Johnny? Minnesota's favorite son, brother, fucking daughter. Ilhan Omar. So Rashida Tlaib, her buddy in the squad, both of them remarkably insufferable. Rashida Tlaib, I guess, is a Palestinian-born, our only Palestinian-born congresswoman. And not only, like, look, you can be critical of Israel and say that they, they've been occupying, they're this, they're that, they're a little heavy-handed. Those criticisms are all valid. Rashida Tlaib is one of those women, or one of these, I guess it doesn't have to be a woman, one of these pro-Palestinian people who excuses everything Hamas does. It's all in the service of fighting against the colonizers, so she's totally okay with it. Now, she doesn't say that openly, but every time you criticize Hamas and what they do, her counter always starts with, yeah, but.
Okay.
So she's definitely, I would call her a Hamas apologist. And even members of her own party now want her, like, punished, and she should have to apologize for shit she said.
Imagine that, the cancel culture people, like, we don't like what she's saying, cancel her.
Yeah. See, I was just going to say, that's kind of where I'm torn, is that I think she should have every right to say the stupid shit she believes. I believe in everyone saying the stupid shit they believe. However, if the chickens come home to roost, and one of the great things about watching all these liberal progressive people be pro-Palestine is we get to watch these demons that the political left in this country created start trying to devour them. So pro-Palestinian. Oh, you hate Jews. You're anti-Semitic. The moderate Democrats are going to try and cancel and get all the liberal Democrats fired. And I'm like, you know what? It's almost like we told you guys this is how it would go down. You didn't listen, so excuse me while I sit here and watch.
I kind of just want to get some baby oil and just enjoy the show. I don't really want to pick a side. You guys just have it amongst yourselves.
That's why I don't understand all these companies and Hollywood celebrities feeling the need to publicly state their opinion on it. It's so much better to go, I don't give a shit, and then watch. It's
not my pig, not my farm.
Yeah.
Have at it.
To me, Israel-Palestine is a spectator sport. As far as I'm concerned, I want to watch everybody just twist themselves into pretzels trying to not get canceled.
We've armed both sides. As Americans, we've done our part.
Right.
Now we watch.
This is what America does. It's like the domestic violence thing. Give them all a gun and then just fuck off for a while.
So Ilhan Omar stepping up to defend her friend Rashida?
Yep. Let's see how Ilhan Omar defends Rashida Tlaib, Congresswoman of the 5th District of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Ilhan Omar, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for some master oratory.
What is true here is that every single one of them has not acknowledged the fact that Palestinians are dying in the tens of thousands.
Usually when people are dressed like that with that accent and they're screaming angrily about death and murder, I'm usually really calm about it.
Yeah. Also, ma'am, I don't know if you're aware of this. The message about the Palestinians dying in the tens of thousands, really hard to wash that down with, oh, and by the way, they're also murdering innocent civilians left, right, and sideways. And, you know, we even have a situation now where a fight broke out between an Israeli and a Palestinian protest, and an Israeli guy died.
Yeah.
In America.
Yeah.
Again, maybe both sides are pieces of shit.
Well, right. I mean, here's the difference I'll concede. Here is the big difference. Hamas actively targets civilians. That's their goal. They want to murder civilians and make them afraid. Whereas Israel, and I'm not saying this is good, I'm just saying it's a little better than Hamas. Israel doesn't give a shit if civilians are around the military thing they're targeting.
Yeah, Israel has an objective and they don't care about collateral.
Right.
Whereas Hamas is like as much collateral damage as possible.
Right. Hamas wants to actively inflate the civilian death count as much as they can. Israel doesn't particularly give a shit. And that's what I mean. There's no good guy in that scenario.
Yeah.
But there is a worse guy in that scenario.
No matter who you pick, you're still kind of on the side of an asshole.
Right.
The difference is one asshole started it.
And we decided to put the two groups of assholes that want each other dead the most in the same geographical area.
And we've been buying them shots all night. Like, no, wait. This is going to be great. This is going to be great. Have some more.
That's true. We have just like Israel and Palestine are our Chad Zumach and Ray DeVito. We just keep pumping them full of booze and go, hey, do something, do something, do something. And then when it goes too far, we go, whoa, what's going on here?
You guys?
I don't understand why these two retarded comedians that we kept giving attention to keep doing crazy shit. Same thing with Israel and Palestine. Arm them both to the gills, and then when they start blowing each other up, go, whoa, who thought that these two religions who had a 1,000-year-old blood feud would just start attacking each other if we gave them boom booms? It's fucking bananas.
It's like they can't share this one land that was, prophesized to them by their God.
Yeah. It's almost like they can't split their God's real estate between each other.
Can't you guys just come to terms and figure out which one of you's religion is fake and which one is the one true God? I mean, can't you just do that for us?
By the way we've fucked up foreign affairs, you 1,000% know that the United States is only a superpower because all the other countries fucked up so bad historically. Like,
right.
We're only here because we're the dumbest smart guy or the smartest dumb guy.
We're only here because in World War II, the rest of the modern world blew itself to shit, and we were so far away. We're like, hey, guess what? We still have buildings and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, hospitals. We got a few of those. Ooh, boy, you guys got a lot of rubble. You should really clean that up. Yikes. Yeah, and then we were the only country with any money. So then all those countries, we were like, hey, you want us to rebuild your country? And they're like, fuck yeah, we do. Cool, we'll give you this money, but you basically have to become part of our empire and do everything we say. And they're like, but you'll protect us from the Russians? All goddamn day. You got yourself a deal. And that's how America became the world superpower.
But we'll continue to say it is us who are not acknowledging humanity. Rashida will stand strong.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Movement will continue for liberation until every single
Gentlelady's time has
Palestinian
expired.
has the right to
Gentleman
live
from
in
Maryland
liberty.
is recognized.
I love that last line. We will fight until every Palestinian has the right to live in liberty. Liberty. Hamas. Ilhan. Let's have you and Rashida go through the checklist of what Hamas's rules would be for an independent Palestine, and then let's go ahead and try to call that liberty. This is like when Zelensky. This is like when Zelensky goes. What's that?
Well, just saying, do you get to be in the government or in charge? Do you get to have an opinion as a woman if Palestine gets their liberty?
I believe she's going to have to find something else to do.
Yeah, like shut up and do what the man says.
And you know, the other thing that bothers me about this is I watched it. I was like, have you ever heard Ilhan Omar speak this passionately about Americans?
No.
Never.
I've heard her speak this passionately about how white people are the problem, but not about Americans.
I've heard her shit on Jews with that kind of passion, for sure. But I've never heard her that passionate about, you know, Americans who can barely afford to eat or put gas in their car. I've never heard her that passionate about health care or the skyrocketing cost of education or daycare or groceries, anything like that. I've never heard her that passionate about anything that actually impacts his country. And this is what makes me sick when I hear people's Israel or Palestine positions. Is I'm like, do you guys even give a fuck? Like, it would be, I guess, a little different if everything was going swimmingly here and everything was great and inflation was solved and the Dow was at 45,000. But it sucks here, and we got a lot of shit to take care of, and you guys want to sit there and argue about these two other groups thousands of miles away that none of us should give a fuck about right now.
Yeah, that's the weird part with all this stuff happening is I feel like there haven't been enough people being like, hey, why do we care about their country? Our house is on fire. Can we deal with this thing?
Right.
It's in need of attention.
It's like your house is on fire and you look down the street and they go, what's that strange car in that guy's driveway? It's like, not a problem right now.
You know, I think he might be fighting with her. Yeah, you kind of have more important shit behind you.
We will not stop until the people of Palestine can live in liberty. And you're just like, are you like doing a funny joke? Are you doing a silly thing? Like, is this a bit, or did you say that unironically? Because if you said it unironically.
The Palestinians need the freedom to not allow homosexuals and Jews in their country, and to not allow women to have clitorises or any sort of freedom. Again, liberty.
That's right.
Liberty.
They're going to give freedom to women. They're going to free them from their clits. I mean, the literal freedom. Need Trump says there should be a program that overlooks dumb fuckers in the government. If you're a dumb fucker, you need to take a test. There is a test to keep dumb fuckers out of government. It's the voters. But guess what? They're dumb fuckers.
We're all tarded.
Yeah. Everyone, it's the George Carlin bit where he's like, where do you think these people come from? They don't come from an alternate dimension. We pick them. They throw them in front of us and we go, well, they're wearing the colored jersey that I like, so I'll vote for them even if they're a tard.
A whole bunch of people who really aren't her interest or her, demographic, if you will, vote for Ilhan Omar, even though she has her opinions. But they do it because, well, I'm a good person and I don't want to be racist. Ilhan Omar.
Right. Yeah, Guy Sartell says she will get reelected. Minnesota is fucked. I mean, Minneapolis for sure. Kyle says, I've never heard her get this passionate about Americans not being able to wipe their own asses. Yeah, she should be up there going, there are fat people in Las Vegas who can't wipe their own ass and have to look up endless. I mean, if it's on every recommended thing in your algorithm, then all you're watching is how do I wipe my ass when I'm this fat? I have to ask, is it that hard to do a fucking sit-up and try to lose a little bit of weight so you can wipe your asshole?
If you took the time that you spend searching and just dedicated that to a treadmill, an elliptical, by any sort of cardio, you would do a world of good.
Wiping your own ass in any way, shape, or form, really. Or I'm sorry, losing weight in any way, shape, or form so you would be able to properly wipe your own ass. Let's not bring tools into this, you fat bastard.
And at least, search like subliminally, don't give away what you're looking for. Just look up things like how do T-Rexes wipe, because they have a similar problem. The arms just aren't long enough.
You're just going to see him dragging his asshole in the desert. He's like, I guess this is how I got to do it now. I don't know.
I don't know how do you, like, even dragging your ass as a T-Rex, you can't put your legs up and then pull with the front. Again, you got nothing.
Because I'm a whore, George Hargrove says, I just hit on a scratch-off ticket. How do I make a huge donation? George, it's right there. There you go, buddy. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. If you're fucking with me, it's totally fine. We're $270 away from today. So, fuck it. I'm taking a shot in the dark. There you go, George. The links are in the chat. Go there. Throw us a couple of bucks. George, if I may interest you, $250 in 1 week makes you a Steel Toe VIP, where you get all 3 of our Steel Toe t-shirts, our Steel Toe hoodie, 2 of our 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, and you get entered in a monthly drawing for $100, and you get 2 free tickets to every live event we do. George, ask any VIP we have. Mwah. It's a great deal. And you can do it on Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo. Thank you, George. If you really did hit on the scratch-off, congratulations. And if you'd like to share some of that with the Steel Toe, that's $270 away. God bless you, sir. God bless you for your great contribution. Schnoop Jimbo says he won $20. Motherfucker. Well, hey, how about the rest of you? Pretend that you just hit on a big scratch off and help us out with that number. Dead Jester just writes, ew. Oh, are you kidding me? If it keeps me off the car lot, I'm going to dance that way. Yeti Flyer says, my VIP is like a monthly tax that takes away from my dog eating. Stop telling them that there's a monthly tax for the VIP. Oh, shit.
Because if they know that, they won't sign up. That's we slide them in the door, and then we hit them with the surprise.
That's
it's
my
called a bait and switch.
That's my favorite comment from Dead Jester. As I was plugging, he just goes, ew. It's very funny. All right, guys, let me open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. Holy shit, it's almost 9. Yeah, it almost is time to start begging you guys. Holy shit. We've been silent about the goal until we get contributions. Just trusting you guys to knock it down. We will commence guilting and begging in about a half hour, unless we knock that thing down a bit. Let's talk about the people that, out of their pity, keep this show on the air. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Go see Cheetos and the folks at Stoney's this weekend and watch your college football games, watch your pro football games, hockey, basketball, whatever you want to watch. It's a very sports-rich time. Have one of their world-famous Bloody Marys to start your Sunday and stick around for the football games. Or on Saturday, stick around after the football games to watch the live music. They've got live music on the Fireball stage every single Saturday at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, if you get in an accident, if the car won't start or your car won't move anymore, you got to have the great drivers and the timely service of All Care Towing. 320-253-5203. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Go to midlandarmory.com today and order your next firearm, accessories, optics, knives, parts and gear, you name it, and use the promo code SteelToe when you buy, and you'll get a great discount. They've got some really cool stuff on that website. Go ahead, go shopping, take a look. It's right there at midlandarmory.com. For the Second Amendment savant in you, use Midland Armory and use the promo code SteelToe. And, of course, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com for your Steel Toe coffee. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. We've got April's Magic Bean. We've got Steel Toe Morning Show coffee. Get it all at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. And like I said, 270 away from today. It's been a good week so far. Let's try to keep that going, boys and girls. A junkyard. Oh, this was a fun story. A guy tried to break into a junkyard and steal some shit. And usually when that happens, they sick the dogs on you. You get some Rottweilers, some Pit Bulls, some German Shepherds, and they take a bite.
Pit Bulls belong, goddammit.
Exactly. If Pit Bulls were all in junkyards, I wouldn't give a shit, except for the poor innocent bumpers that might get violated from time to time. But in this case, the owner or an employee of the junkyard decided to get creative with the way they stopped this criminal. Let's go ahead and hit this story from Channel 19 in Ohio.
This is amazing, dude. Employees at Arlington Auto Wrecking in Akron are sick and tired of people breaking into their shop and stealing from them. So when they caught a man who had broken into one of their cars for what they claim was the third time, they weren't taking any chances.
He broke into a car at the junkyard, and before he could get out, he's done it before. They got like the forklift, and they had him, I'm not kidding, like 20 feet off the ground.
So
hell yeah!
They found the guy, and before he could get out and take anything, because they're used to this guy, I guess he's been around, they just put him in the forklift, jacked it up, held it up in the air, too high for him to jump out, and just waited for the cops to get there.
Good for them.
That's great, man. We need more people to do that. There's so many. It's really demoralizing sometimes to watch videos of people like assaulting someone,
right?
Or, you know, like ganging up on people and nobody doing a thing but still filming it. I mean, that really is kind of gross. So to see some guy committing a crime, stealing something, and to have someone just go, no, fuck this guy. I got to draw a line and enforce it. We're putting him up in the air, waiting for cops to get here. It's just nice to see people get involved.
I've been enjoying that for fucking weeks now. Anytime I see a video of people like going, you know what, fucking forget whether or not I'm supposed to stop these thefts or whatever. I'm just sick of people getting away with this crap.
Yeah.
Like my favorite one that I have now is a guy trying to steal from like a grocery store or something, and a clerk literally beans him with a 2-liter in the head right in front of the security guard. Like he's trying to leave and the security guard's trying to stop him. And there's just a cashier or somebody walking by and goes, no, and just picks up like a 2-liter of Dr. Pepper and just boom, nails him right in the head, drops the guy to the ground. Security guard gets him. I'm just like, it's the best thing I've seen with Coca-Cola.
The one where he throws over the head and drills the guy? Yeah,
over the
great.
head, just cross the aisle, just fucking clocks him.
Yeah, because I saw a story I saw a video recently where 3 guys were just slapping the shit out of these 2 women outside like a hotel or something. And they're just...
And I was all for it at first.
And I was like, what did they do? But they're slapping them, they're hitting them. And some fat guy comes up and goes, hey, guys, knock it off. And they're like, get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. And he just backs off and slinks away and leaves. And that's the end of his involvement. And it's just like, you piece of shit. Like you won't see 2 women like that. That loss of honor is kind of what's been dragging us down the road we've been on. It's been slow and you don't notice it until it's already happened. But the day a guy won't take a punch in the fucking head so maybe 2 women can get away from being abused is kind of the day that manhood dies a little bit.
I mean, you've got the balls to stand up and say something, but not enough to see it through. Like, no offense, I don't mean this. Why are you wasting our time? You fucking get in on this. If you're going to do something, do something.
I mean, I know freedom-wise you can't arrest someone for sitting there and filming a violent act without getting involved. But, God, there's almost got to be some kind of rule, where, like a valor law, where it's like, look, man, you don't have to get involved, but you can't sit there and watch it.
Well, let's start bringing social credit scores into it. That's where I'm in favor of them.
See, now here's where, if that's the social credit score, that you won't take a fucking hard pinch for a woman getting a shit beat out of her. I mean, unless you see her mouthing off beforehand. I mean, let's not enforce bad behavior with bad behavior. But anyway.
I mean, what are the odds that maybe she at least gives it a little tug? Because, you stepped in.
That's it. You got to step in and take one for the team because she might blow you afterwards. She might cry and hate it while she's doing it, but she'll feel obligated out of honor. She'll feel duty bound to suck your dick. Just consider it. Is all
like
I'm
the
saying.
same way I get sympathy play because it's like, I know you've got something you've got to get forgiveness for. Guess who's washing your moral slate clean? With his jizz.
This guy. Let's go back to forklift man.
So when we got there, we went right into custody.
It happened Tuesday afternoon. Employees used a forklift to suspend the car in midair.
It was pretty impressive, honestly.
So when police arrived, it was an easy arrest.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back, all right?
Police arrested 26-year-old Alexander Funk for criminal...
Holy shit.
Funk is the operative word. Jesus Christ.
God, this should be, if like meth had brands, his face would be like the Aunt Jemima of methamphetamine.
Dude, alternate reality Machine Gun Kelly is on some seriously hard times.
We could go with if Jeremy Renner had taken a wrong turn after the the Dahmer movie that he did. Oh, you poor guy. David Faustino looks fucking terrible.
Adrian Brody is really fucking getting deep in this one.
Oh man, what kind of role is he playing now? This guy overcommits. I gotta be honest. It's a good thing we're dorks who know a lot of actors. Positive.
And they're all dudes. We're not gay at all.
No,
We're
no.
not gay at all.
That dead giveaway. There's something about greasy hair and then meth greasy hair. Like you can see greasy hair and you can go, oh, just a person who hasn't showered in a couple of days. It got away from them. They've been inside a lot. And then meth grease. Meth grease is its own special. It's almost, the grease from meth heads is almost a hair gel in a way.
It's like the chemicals like come out through their pores as a form of wax.
Right. It's just it's a strange kind of ooze that comes out of you. So yeah, this guy, I mean, is a total stereotype. He's at a junkyard looking for shit he can steal and sell so he can get more meth. I mean,
and he's hit this place multiple times.
I mean, imagine this. He's sitting there 20 feet up in the air on a forklift and he sees a dragon in his face. This poor guy.
Trespassing and possessing criminal tools.
All right, man, well, here's the deal. This lot has been, there's having a serious amount of break-ins and converters cut off, and you got a Sawzall, and you're in the private area of the business that's not open to the public.
Yes, sir.
So, you know what I mean? So what do you got the Sawzall for, brother?
Copper, to be honest, brother, not gonna lie.
I found at least...
I mean, at least he was going, hey, you got me. You know, hand in the cookie jar.
I'm going to go with this. I bet he was there for more than just the copper. I bet the catalytic converters and stuff also happened to be him. But you're caught with a Sawzall. Hey, what's worse, trying to steal your plumbing or trying to steal hundreds of dollars worth of car parts? The plumbing. That's what I was here for, the plumbing. Not going to lie.
Yeah.
Got me.
You got me. Hand in the cookie jar. 27 years, neck deep in shit.
At least 2 other police reports from this year of people either breaking into vehicles at this business or people stealing catalytic converters from this business.
Yeah.
Employees told police...
Wait a minute. You're saying in Akron, Ohio, there's a lot of activity of meth heads stealing catalytic converters, but that state seems so full of hope.
Weird. I can't believe that with all there is to do in Akron, Ohio, these people are choosing out of the bounty of options. They're choosing the meth and the catalytic converter theft to supply the meth habit. I mean, go to, what do they have there?
Yeah, go to, there's a mall. Oh, that's closed. It's almost like Ohio was made as a meth playground. I mean, you got junkyards, closed malls, probably some shut down hospitals.
It's weird. It's like these people made the drug just so they had something to do.
And on the 6th day, God created Ohio. On the 7th day, he gave methamphetamine a home.
Funk had broken in several times before. They said they let him go the first time. They said the second time he escaped.
I was putting the car in the shop and he was in the back seat, and we called the police on you guys. Did you guys get here? And he shoved one of my guys out of the way and took off running.
Funk has had several run-ins with the law recently.
What?
The Akron man has been convicted of criminal trespassing,
What?
drug abuse, and entering a condemned building.
I mean, at least all of his charges are on brand.
Yeah. They sound very much like someone who's not addicted to meth.
They are a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of meth crimes that are going on with this guy. I wonder if we have a where there's smoke, there's fire kind of a situation going on here. Jack Schaff says that dude is Hobo's cousin. Oh, we can't look. We have no proof of that. We have no proof that that guy is related to Hobo Chili Recipe.
Cut the Hobo Chili Recipe. Like, dude, that's my cousin.
My fucking cousin, dude. Pool Scam Sam says Aaron was questioned regarding a stolen bread truck. That should be an allegedly. I'm sorry. Kevin Brennan's wife's baggy meat sleeve says, I blame Ram Trucks for putting thousands of dollars worth of precious metals in their exhaust systems. I mean, look, what are you trying to do?
Is it just the Ram Trucks?
Get caught with the meth? I mean, Jesus. Nice to see Bam Margera is still alive, says Egg Picker. You know, I've heard that... what do you call it? I've heard that Bam Margera actually got clean, and it would make sense because the media isn't talking about him anymore. You know, like
I just assumed he's either clean or dead.
Yeah, they don't.
Either way, it's the same for him career-wise.
They don't really give a shit if like a happy good thing happens to him. They only want the crazy meltdown shit.
If he starts turning his life around, they're like, well, this story's done.
Right. Oh man. Hey, hold on a minute, guys. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hey.
Not now, Charles.
There you go. Master Sparky with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Master Sparky. That $10 sorely needed this morning. Just like yesterday, long way away, about an hour and change to go. 260 is the number. If you guys have any, if you want to throw some money at your favorite e-beggars, please do and keep our show on the air. We do appreciate it. It's been a good week so far, following many other good weeks, but you guys have a penchant for the dramatic, that's for sure. 260 away. The quicker we get done with that, the quicker we can ignore it and do a show. We're only about 10 minutes away from us getting really bad with it. You saw the story. We talked about it yesterday. I'm sure you talked about it. Of the guy who was playing field hockey with the girls as a trans woman. And then
and took out her entire fucking jaw and like all of her teeth.
Her whole,
or
like
just a shit ton.
Took out like all of her front teeth. They just took them out because, you know, that happens to girls all the time when they play with other girls, is that the girls are so powerful and strong that they knock their teeth out.
Right. It happens so often that they've all choreographed their reactions to be the exact same shock, horror, and high-pitched scream that drives you nuts the minute it happens.
Oh, my God. It was just awful sounds. Well,
it was weird because watching so many women run in terror is both elating for me, but then how it happened and why, I'm like, now, come on.
Yeah,
that's
right.
not fair.
So this girl, Kelsey Bain, the captain on the team, wrote in a letter to the state's Interscholastic Athletic Association that, quote, boys do not belong in girls' sports. So, like, it didn't take much. It just took all of her teeth getting knocked out for her to turn activist and go, yeah, no, we can't keep doing this because, look, the dental work is expensive. It's amazing that, you know, all of these people who don't have to be in the locker rooms in these women's sports or don't have to compete in women's sports, they all think it's so wonderful and they think it's so great. And Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks this is no big deal. But it's funny that we just keep getting a growing number of women who have actually had to deal with this, being vocal and being activists and crying about how unfair this is. It's almost like if you have to actually live through the thing, you see it differently than someone who's just trying to score social brownie points.
And I love whenever I bring this stuff up on my show, people chime in and go, well, you know, there's actually lots of evidence that debunks the conspiracy theory that these things cause problems or that trans people cause these issues in these areas. I'm like, no, I'm not basing this on a conspiracy theory or somebody told me this. My opinion is coming from literally reading you the horror stories and skipping over horror stories when I prep my show.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I'm coming from. It's like, I'm actually going through the garbage here. It's just, that's the problem.
Right. People will dig down and be like, I found this study that says this. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, you know what my source is? My eyeballs.
My source is that chick who's crying going, I didn't want to compete against the guy and he beat the shit out of me.
Right. That was kind of, I'm kind of having a when people tell you who they are, believe them moment here. But yeah, let's hear the shrieks one more time before we hear from the girl herself.
The goaltender took off her mask and can't fucking even. She's like, I don't know where to go.
They're all screaming and they're all looking away. They can't even look at their teammate because it's like the little kid in Freddy Got Fingered when he ran into Freddy's car door and he's just spitting chiclets out of his mouth.
Again, feel free to show me the other clips where stuff like this happens regularly in the women's field hockey sport.
Here, I have I got something for you. I'll show you a similar really, we don't have here we go. This is actually another video of somebody facing a similar injury. Here you go. I believe that was the same sort of injury that poor girl, and the same screaming.
Yeah, it's definitely the same sound at the end.
Corn Dip says 270 away from the goal. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 260. Corn Dip, I'm sorry. He says thumbs up that squish button, then celebrate with a fish lunch. Why when we all know this is a carb friendly show? Yes, 260 away from today.
Breaded fish.
Yes, if you'd like to contribute, please do. I've got that smile, the uncomfortable smile tattooed on my face. Don't worry, my legs are shaking uncontrollably under the
Mine
console.
are too, different reasons.
Yes. So this girl told the news. She's actually, it's kind of a brave thing because even if you get all your teeth knocked out by a field hockey puck or ball or whatever the fuck they use, and all your teeth are smashed out, to still say that, hey, I don't think that big, strong lummox should be allowed to play field hockey with us because they have an unfair muscular advantage. You'll still get called a bigot. You'll still get called all kinds of
I can't wait to
names.
meet the people and be like, that hateful lady.
Yeah.
Just because she lost all her teeth. What does she know?
So it still takes guts to actually come out and speak out. And she is talking to the local TV network. I think we have, here's the full story of her.
There are calls for change tonight after a high school girl was seriously injured by a boy during a field hockey game.
It happened last week in a game between Dighton, Rehoboth, and Swampscott. In Massachusetts, boys are allowed to play on girls' teams if the school does not offer an all-male team in that sport.
Boston 25 News reporter Jason Law is live tonight in Foxborough, where the team's next game will take.
Well, that's how they get around it being they don't want it to be a trans issue.
Oh, okay. So this is a trans person.
I thought it was it
better be. If it's just as simple as like there's no field hockey team for the dudes and they let a guy play, that's
holy
even
shit.
worse.
Yeah, that's what it was, but it dovetails into that same argument though. Like it kind of goes hand in hand.
Dudes shouldn't be playing with chicks. It actually makes the point more now than ever because this guy wasn't even on any sort of testosterone limiting thing.
Right, he wasn't on any kind of testosterone stuff. No kind of. This was just a full-on dude, just cranking the ball right at the woman's face. So yeah, this kind of goes hand in hand.
That the scouts were in the field.
Yeah,
the scouts were there.
This kind of speaks to our point on the whole trans thing. It's like, look, this is what happens when women are going. It's not just the competitive disadvantage. It's the fact that these women are going to get hurt. They're going to be harmed when they play contact sports with someone who's got testosterone coursing through their veins.
Take place tomorrow.
Mark and Vanessa, this is a 3-page letter here from one of the captains of the Dighton Rehoboth field hockey team arguing against boys being able to play with the girls. She says what happened to
how weird, how difficult is this for you if you're like a trans rights advocate? Because on one hand you're like, yeah, that shouldn't be allowed, but if the person,
but if they identify as a.
If they jump through a hoop and they say that Shazam, now I'm a... it's wrong to have this happen to the... So, like, yeah. I mean, look, the boys shouldn't be allowed to play with the girls. That's wrong. But if the boy was a boy 2 weeks ago and now...
It's today, Jimmy Shaker Day.
I'm saying it just because do you guys watch Animal Planet?
Her and her teammates last week, what they witnessed.
Hey, guys, look over there.
Oh, my lucky stars, a Negro.
And you run away.
Horrified them.
This is the shot from a male Swampscott field hockey player that sent a Dighton Rehoboth girl to the hospital. It happened last week during the first round of the MIAA Division III playoffs. The injured girl could be heard screaming in pain after the ball came off the boy's stick and hit her in the face.
All right, the boy has a remarkably long amount of hair. I don't know.
You think this might be a trans? You think the media is maybe covering this up as like not a trans thing?
Yeah, I think the media might be presenting this as a boy did this to a girl, because if they say if a boy who identified as a girl, if it was a trans person, then it would look bad. But if it's just a simple, like, well...
They're using the Texas law to go, oh, you see, boys are allowed to play against girls if there's no other option. But you're right. When I watched this video, this definitely looked like someone who was presenting as a female.
Yeah, they didn't look like they were presenting as a dude.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that they literally annihilated that chick's jaw with one shot. That was dude-esque. That was very dude-like. Way to go.
That was a man shot.
That was a killer bro move.
Yeah. Man, usually, a girl doesn't lose her teeth when she takes a man shot to the face. But in this case, it was a rough shot.
Rehoboth's team captains told the MIAA in a letter that allowing boys to play on girls' teams under the...
That's a ponytail, dude.
Yeah. So either this is a dude who loves rocking the long hair look, or it's a dude presenting as a woman.
Yeah.
Equal Rights Amendment is putting the girls in danger. She wrote, "We all witness the substantial damage that a male has the ability to cause against a female during a game. How much longer does the MIAA plan to use girls as statistical data points before they realize that boys do not belong in girls' sport?"
Actually, I think this is smart. I think the anti-trans girls playing sports with girls group should use this argument.
Yeah.
Because they can now not look like bigots at all, but still make their point. They can go, look, you're going to let these girls be statistical data, getting their faces smashed in and getting their arms broken and shit, and you're going to let biological boys play with girls? Not a good idea. How much data do we need to gather? And, how long do you want to use these girls as guinea pigs, basically?
I hate that we can't find any information about the person who did this with regards to, again, we're just calling, because this is the thing I don't like. This was something somebody was actually busting my balls about on my show, and I know they've busted yours about. You read these stories and you say the male did this, the male did that, and then people defending, see, it's not a trans thing because that was a guy. It's like, yeah, but it was a guy pretending to be a woman. Like, just because they write this when they're writing it as an offender, they just omit the trans part and say it's a guy. Like, somehow when you commit when a trans person does no wrong, when you do no wrong, now you're not a trans person, you're a guy.
And you know what? Look, for years now, my paranoia has been coming true enough where I feel comfortable sounding paranoid.
Right.
I'm like, you know what? I feel like they're hiding this, and that if they showed this quote unquote boy and told us his name and showed us the face, that we would go, I see what they're doing here.
I don't need the name and the face. Just confirm or deny the gender identity part, because that's the part for me where I'm like, it's reaffirming something I've been saying. So I need to know whether I'm a bigot or whether this is proving me right.
Or both.
They could be both true.
Yeah. Dighton Rehoboth Superintendent Bill Rooney says this is a growing problem among girls' field hockey teams, where at many schools, a boy's only option is to play with the girls.
Or how about you don't play a gay sport like field hockey? That's another one of your options. Play a real sport like a boy.
Play actual hockey.
Yeah. Field hockey was always a sport created for girls.
Because we didn't want them checking and stuff, throwing their hips at each other. Those are for making babies.
And then the terrible bone density, not good for supporting yourself on skates,
Yeah, dude. If you're a guy and you get hit with a skate to the neck, you might get your jugular cut and you might die.
Yep.
If you're a chick, that's a decapitation.
Yeah, your head's going to be ripped clean off. You're going to look like Nicole Brown Simpson, and they're going to cut off your fake tits.
There are very few male field hockey teams at this point.
Because it's gay.
So if a male wants to play field hockey, then he plays on the girls' team.
In a statement, the MIAA says it stands by the Equal Rights Amendment. Quote, "We respect and understand
the pussy ain't shit
that exist regarding student safety. However, student safety has not been a successful defense to excluding students of one gender from participating on teams of the opposite gender.
The pain is for me, the pain is for you.
To require more protective gear on the field.
The easiest thing to do would be to change the guidelines in terms of requiring protective headwear that has a full face mask.
I would love a good final solution. Can we put him in a camp?
Swampscott is scheduled to play another playoff game here tomorrow night at Foxborough High School. I did reach out to both.
Can we have a moment of silence for the captain's teeth before the game? That would be nice. God damn, man. So they're going to sit there. You know what the funniest part is we sit there and we argue about this. Like, they actually sit there and they have an argument about, should we do something about this or should we not? I don't know. I think there's enough bicuspids lying on the ground that we could probably take some action.
Guys, I figured it out. They need to start wearing helmets. Because the problem is we haven't had this issue happening until we introduced the guys. So the only way to solve it, everyone wears headgear.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we've never had a woman get her teeth knocked out in this sport ever before. Instead of not letting men play an obviously chick sport anyway, why don't we just put helmets and face masks on them for this one thing that happened one time? Sounds good, right? Oh, yeah. Boys and girls, we are in the final hour of today's show. I hate to do it. 260. Away from knocking it out. Just like yesterday, we are all quiet on the goal front. And MSO is he's ready to declare victory here. He's got his loaf piggies out. He's got his eyeballs out. Unfortunately, the show isn't free. It costs money with all the people and the things and the stuff. If you want to contribute to our program, please use one of the links there. And keep us going. If we knock that goal out, we do 30 minutes of overtime for you. 30 minutes of overtime we tack on to the end of the show as a thank you for raising the money we need to keep doing our pay-for-play show on the air. So if you, we got 2 goals left. I'm not doing a goal tonight, by the way. I'm going to do a VIP giveaway. We have been struggling Tuesday and Wednesday. I have no problem admitting that. So I'm not going to make you guys. I'm not going to make you guys go for another goal this tonight because I don't think we'll hit it, and B, I don't want to sit here with Matt and struggle and get pissed and stuff like that. So we're gonna do a VIP giveaway today or tonight
Matt's
on the evening
get
show.
Drunk.
Yeah. So let's knock out today, and then let's knock out tomorrow. Rumble Link Friday always takes care of itself. So, look, throw us a couple of bucks. Let's knock that 260 down so the last hour doesn't become Desperate Aaron and his sad begathon, of course. Speaking of trans athletes, Riley Gaines posted this yesterday. It's Caster Semenya, who I think is a sprinter in the UK. And they were talking about, how, what makes a man, what makes a woman. And the fact that we're having a hard time, that anybody in today's culture is having a hard time answering that question, I think should be troubling. And I think we should all probably head back to basic biology class. But
well, my show's official doctor, again, it's my doctor. You don't have to agree with his medical opinion. His official medical opinion is
boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
That's just his, again, seek your own medical advice.
Your doctor has progeria? Is that what I'm to believe by all that? Well, anyway, Johnny, would you like to see what a female athlete looks like?
Yeah.
There you go. It's No, I think I pulled up the wrong picture. I believe that's Anthony Joshua with dreads. I think, let me see. Let me look through the prep work and see if I can. Nope, that's
Is that Michael Jordan's son?
That's no, I believe that's a female athlete in the UK. Well, let's see what this female athlete has to say about what makes a female athlete.
I'm being, maybe they're just masculine looking.
Well, that too. Let's see what they have to say about the what makes a woman issue.
The medical terms, what they tell me, my testosterone, being born, without the uterus, being born with internal testicles, those don't make me less a woman.
I mean, look, I'm not here to argue with you, raspy-voiced lady. I'm not here to argue with Marge Simpson's sisters, but I historically, I believe that having testicles is, I mean, you say it doesn't make you less of a woman. All right, can we maybe compromise and say that it's definitely a strike against femininity? I mean, usually when a guy reaches up a girl's skirt and he goes, oh, those are balls, they don't really see them as the same woman they saw before.
Draw me like one of your French gals. Okay, can you tuck your testicles back first?
Yeah. What do you want me? You want the balls in the picture, or you want me to you want me to pixelate the balls out of the photo? I really need to know. And by the way, what are we going to do about that cock? I really don't know. But like, I was born. Oh wait, no, hold on. I was born without. Yeah, when you talk like Volodymyr Zelensky, by the way, that also takes away from the femininity. But I was born without a uterus. I was born with internal testicles. I have lots of testosterone in my body, but that doesn't make me any less a woman. Oh, that's really strange, because when I go to the doctor, they tell me that's exactly what makes me less of a woman. In fact, they say it makes me not a woman at all.
Ironically enough, most women that I know of never born with internal testicles. It's a very rare thing.
Yeah. I mean, I've met a lot of women with balls, but never with internal testicles.
China had one hell of a dick.
Let's one more time.
The medical terms, what they tell me, my testosterone, being born, without the uterus, being born with internal testicles, those don't make me less a woman. It's just the differences that I was born with, and I embrace them.
Well, yeah, but women can't embrace their testicles. So I don't really know if it works that way. And I love how they go, oh, the medical people. It's like, yeah, those retards. I love it's trust the science until the science tells you something that makes you uncomfortable. Then,
until the science is like, hey, reality says you're wrong. Well, my feelings disagree.
Stupid doctors saying stupid things. They are so stupid. Who gives a shit? Fuck them all. Need Trump becoming a member for his 17th month. Says, here is my monthly dues. Yes, of course, the memberships all come off at the beginning of the month, and they keep our goal down from 400 to 350 a day, which 260 is the number at the moment. Again, if you're feeling generous, I would appreciate it, because we are getting our dicks kicked in this morning. Not content-wise. I think the show's going great. I think we've had a wonderful show. But, of course, can't work for free. We gave you the first 3 hours to go ahead and knock this thing down. Now we got to folded hands come first. And then it does look like this fucker's coming out, and I'm going to have to flop sweat beg today. But, hey, I'm the one who fucked up my own career. So there you go. Over 600 of you watching the show at the moment. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. On PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships. Gifted memberships are huge. Thank you guys very much in advance. Don't wait for someone else. Be the rally that we need. This story was very funny. There's nothing quite like when high schoolers decide that they're going to get involved and end some kind of great problem that adults have been working on for 50, 60, 70 years. When I see a group of high schoolers walking out of school to end war, I think, you know what? I think we've got it this time.
Of course, we need young, fresh minds. Everyone else is too tired.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the one. MSO says, remember, plate equals win for me. Yeah, I think so. Scarface with $5. Thank you, sir, for helping this long road that we have today. They say in this person's real home country, they would be thrown kicking and screaming from a rooftop. Yeah, I mean, you come to the West and you do get kind of spoiled with our silliness. 2:55 away from today's goal. A little bit at a time, everybody. Thank you very much for keeping this dog shit program going for the last nearly 3 years now. So these teenagers in New York decided to walk out of school and do a group performance, Johnny, all to end gun violence. And you know what? By God, I think this one's going to work. I know we've had a lot of things to stop gun violence. We've had laws, we've had sit-ins, we've had marches, but I think a bunch of 17 and 18-year-olds walking out of school and a bunch of theater kids doing a dance out in the courtyard, if that doesn't stop people from getting murdered by mentally ill people, I really don't know what will.
Hey, and I'm sure none of this was done solely to avoid a test.
No, why would you say something like that? That's ugly of you to besmirch the reputation of these fine high school kids. I mean, name me a time you've ever done anything in school just simply to get out of a class.
I literally had a friend who called in not one, but 3 bomb threats.
Wow, that guy really wasn't ready for that test, was he?
Yeah, third one. Well, no, it wasn't even one test. This was over the course of a year. By the third one, they figured out it was him. And they literally...
What happens to you? Like, what happened to that kid?
They took him out of he wasn't allowed to go to school there anymore, so I don't know what happened to him after that, but we'll just use his first name. Old Brandon was gone after that, let's just say.
2 things never happened again. Brandon never went to school again, and a bomb threat was never called into that school again. All right, let's go ahead and check out, a lot of people get very cynical when they hear a bunch of kids decided to take on a big topic like gun violence, but I believe the children are our future, and I think this is the one that's finally going to make us all realize that we should listen to these kids and that maybe we've been wrong the whole time. CBS New York, take it away.
Voices in a call to end gun violence.
No, you didn't think. You were scared of what Kay could have done to you, scared that he might have had a gun. You were going to...
Wow. There's nothing quite better than a one-act play written by theater kids in high school. I mean, the writing is always good. The dialogue is always fantastic. And the kids never look really, really gay. I think this is... I think this table read to end gun violence it's the idea we haven't tried yet, which could finally put this whole ugliness to bed.
Well, finally, we can embrace the part that we haven't been admitting. All this gun violence is happening because we're afraid people have guns.
They're afraid.
They're afraid.
They're afraid. Second Amendment, afraid. Right to bear arms should not be infringed. Afraid. We're really not going to solve this issue until Keith Olbermann talks about it on his balcony. That combined with the gay theater kids writing one-act plays, I think is finally going to cease this stuff. I think, if anything, doing something this fucking obnoxious is going to cause a school shooting. It's like anything to make it stop at this point.
The message comes in the form of 6 plays right at the Baruch Performing Arts Center.
Holy shit. Have you ever seen stereotypes come to life on one stage?
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh, my God. Except this guy. This guy sticks out like a sore thumb.
That's the one who's just doing it for a reason to get out of class. I'm sorry.
No, I think he tore an ACL, so his basketball season's over, and he's like, look, I got to do something, and this looks good on a college application, so fuck it. And I hear those theater kids fuck, and they're total freaks. Then he gets there and sees the theater kids, and he goes, oh.
Well, now I get why they're total freaks. Like they're throwing it all at one shot in case it never happens again.
Oh, it's never good when scuffed Winona Ryder and Beetlejuice over here is my most fuckable option. Yikes.
These teens are part of the Creative Arts Theater Youth Program, and tonight in 50 cities across the country, teens performed enough plays to end gun violence.
Art, like theater, has always been one of the greatest tools to be able to get a message across.
Yes, we all remember when Germany was about to invade Poland, but then a bunch of Austrians did an interpretive dance on the border, and Hitler went, maybe we should reconsider. You know? That flash mob that ended the Cold War, that was truly inspiring. The way they did that theater production of Tear Down This Wall.
In the play, we drive home the point that this is something that is constantly happening, that is an issue that's been occurring for decades now.
Tonight's
Thank God, I didn't know that until she brought it up.
Yeah, it totally doesn't sound like a bummer at all. This sounds like something that should really inspire good people to take action. It's,
oh, if Biggins hadn't wrote in here with her world-opening viewpoint of, guys, this is happening a lot.
Sad Boy gifting a membership to You Ain't Getting My Money. We need everybody to drop in like that today, boy. We are $250 away from today's goal. If you can help out, please do. We got less than 40 minutes until we rattle the cans. Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 says, oh, I look at you and say, thank God I work out every day. You're an inspiration for me not to look like hammered shit. You're welcome, Hobo. I appreciate it. April said she thinks I'm hot. I appreciate that. April, any way you can motivate these people to not have us be steaming failures this morning, that would be wonderful. Whatever you can do. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's, you know what? That's fair. Then I guess we'll save that one for a different day. All right. Completely empty over on the PayPal end of things. It looks like we are in deep shit here. Thank you very much to Cheetos with $100 goes, come on, pores. Yeah, Jesus Christ, guys. Now we're in striking distance because Cheetos single-handedly keeping this show afloat these days. Very, very cool.
Man, thank you.
150 away. Keep it going. Don't wait for these big ones to come in because that doesn't happen every day, even though it has the last few. Everybody chip in. 150 is the number. Don't worry, MSO. You're fine. You can still get a win. It's not like we've been crushing it today. April says, knock out that goal while I'm packing prizes and merch, please. You know, Johnny, the thing is, as you and I both know, we're sitting here going, fuck, if we can only get through these goals for a couple months more, just a few more months, and then this is never a problem again. But you're also sitting here with your chest tightened going, fuck, a few more months. Oh, my God. Union Jack says,
painfully slow.
Yes. Union Jack says, Cheetos pumping false hope into this. Oh, let's hope it's not false hope. Need Trump coming up with 5 big gifted memberships. That puts us at 140 for today. Thank you very much. You Ain't Getting My Money says, yo, man, is that shirt you are wearing an iron on? The people want to know. No, what do they call it? Digital something. I don't know.
Transfer thing?
Yeah, I'm not the one who actually had this done. This is my softball team that I sponsored for a few years. That's whatever that is. Whatever jerseys and shit are made out of, that's what they did it with. So talk to them. If that's, by the way, is that what the people want to know? That is a very uncurious people. Officer Kunspy Howland getting a membership. Bishop gets a membership. Matt Fields gets a membership. The pallbearer gets a membership. And Brian Thomas gets a membership. Thank you very, very much. 140 away from KO in this thing. Thank you very, very much. This might be, and I think this is in a foreign country. Oh, nope, it's the University of Washington. Oh, shit. This might be the laziest group of surgeons I've ever heard of in my entire life. Apparently some surgeons in Washington, and this must be a terrible healthcare plan that this guy has. Some surgeons in Washington couldn't figure out where a guy's appendix was. So, you know the cartoon where, like, the cartoon guy is looking under someone's hood and he's just throwing parts out behind him? And it's a comical throwing of things from under the hood?
Yeah.
That's kind of what these surgeons did to this guy when they couldn't find his appendix. They went to give him an appendectomy, couldn't find it, so they went, well, let's just rip shit out and see what happens. You know?
Guessing that'll kill him. Personally, but...
Johnny, it was the complete opposite of surgical precision. It was this was definitely a chop shop job, and surprise, surprise, it's led to a lawsuit. Let's check in. Hey, talk, you stupid asshole.
Surgery. And now he's suing a doctor from UW Medicine and the state. The suit says a simple appendix removal went just horribly wrong when the surgeon removed a chunk of his colon instead, nearly killing him.
So they cut his shit tube. So now there's got to be like fecal matter leaking into your bloodstream at that point, right?
There's a whole lot of... This person's going to have problems pooping for the rest of their life.
No shit. So I didn't know your appendix was at the end of your colon.
I didn't either.
Or at the beginning of your colon. So I'm guessing this is the beginning of your colon. And then here's where it hooks up to your butthole. And boy, it's amazing how our internal plumbing is a lot like a RV's plumbing. It just all comes out of that little accordion looking thing.
Shitter's busted.
Yeah. And then you just dump it into a receptacle, and that's how you shit. So instead of taking that little wiggly thing off the colon, they just decided hack off a big chunk of the colon and let the shit leak into the bloodstream. Jesus.
Cairo 7's Dee Son spoke to the victim, who says he wants to prevent this.
This person better be Japanese, Dee Son. If Dee Son doesn't have weird-looking eyes, I'm going to be pissed.
Happening to someone else, and we need to warn you, the images in this story are disturbing.
Oh, are they going to show us the diarrhea leaking into this guy's bloodstream?
I really hope the first thing we get is a picture of the guy, like just the shoulders, head, like fucking bust shot. Because, warning, these pictures are disturbing. Just, whoa, that face. Just cut right to that.
Meconium is not something you're supposed to get as an adult. I mean, that's supposed to be a kid thing. You like that? I never get to use meconium on the show.
There's a very deep grab.
Yes.
I'm impressed.
It's been a hell of a year.
George Piano is still suffering from what should have been a standard appendectomy almost a year ago.
Not the same person I was when this started.
No, you're leaking.
You're telling me, Red Bar.
That would be so great if they went to this story and it's Mike David and he's like, well, you know, I had a problem and now I shit into a bag.
That was mean, but something about his face. It's just what I saw.
This guy actually looks healthier than Mike David, so it's not. It's not him. Yeah, they go in there and he's like, well, at least I'm not as bad as Ethan Klein's programming. Oh, Jesus. Patrick Melton can't wipe his ass right.
Last December, Piano went to the ER at UWMC Northwest for...
Piano got played.
They cut the wrong wire?
There you go. Oh, a lot of the black keys leaked into his system.
Oh,
Catch
no.
my drift.
abdominal pain and was diagnosed with appendicitis, so he needed his appendix removed. But the next morning...
When I woke up, came out of the drugs, I was in serious pain, much worse than I had been when I went into the hospital.
My wife sniffed my belly button and said, "It reeks of shit down there. What the hell's going on?"
Did you crap your pants? I have no idea.
He's got his insides look like the tunnel of slime in Ghostbusters 2, only it's shit. Oh. You disgusting blob. The shit starts bubbling. Your love keeps lifting me higher.
Now just starts dancing a little bit.
His stomach starts bouncing like the toaster. That's the second Ghostbusters 2 reference today.
In a recently filed lawsuit, Piano says instead of taking out his appendix, the doctor removed a piece of his colon and punctured the organ.
It was horrifying.
I was suffering from a leaking colon.
Oh, man. That's so just internal shit leaking. Remember in Armageddon when they had soft dock with the fueling bay? And they're filling up with fuel, and you saw the fuel leaking kind of out of the pipe. Remember that?
Yeah, except now the pipe is his colon, and that's shit.
Yes,
Oh.
so now imagine that scene in Armageddon where Peter Stormare starts fueling up the Independence. only instead of liquid O2, it's just shit into his system. They open it up, and it's like, you open it up, and it's like digging into a highway to get to the sewage pipe. You're like, oh no, what have we done?
And much like Ben Affleck, you found out something was wrong, so you pulled the emergency lever, and the thing broke. Yeah.
This is the lever! I told you not to nick my colon, but you're a bunch of cowboys. Titanium colon, plastic colon, all made in Taiwan.
Shit coming out asshole good. Shit coming out in your body bad. Shit coming out of your asshole little in body okay.
I don't understand. When did Peter Stormare become Indian?
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just really bad at accents.
I am hungry now, you know. I thought we were going to Pancake's house. I switched it to Fargo. Oh. Hey, why don't you get the money from the hospital or the surgeon you know?
Sepsis and infection, and I almost died from it.
What a horrible way to die. You basically, your own insides choke on your shit.
Again, you literally poison yourself to death. You die on your own supply.
Yeah.
Oh.
Boy, I bet you he regrets eating so much gas station food in his day. He didn't think that shit would be leaking back into his kidneys.
Why does he have his dick on the screen? And why is it so much darker than the rest of it?
Well, because it's excreting shit.
Oh, it's coming out the pee hole.
He's pissing shit and blood. Poop and blood. Poop and blood. That's what's coming out of my urethra, sir.
Poop and blood.
I think you might have nicked my colon. Why is that? Well, I'm shitting blood and pissing shit. No, I'm shitting blood and bleeding shit. I think you guys might have reversed my plumbing a little bit.
Look, I'm spraying chocolate ropes. This is really fucking weird.
Oh, man. This is a German pornographer's wet dream. Maybe the guy will come shit.
For the follow-up from the surgeon?
She seemed to just make light of it.
So he's sitting there going, ma'am, I think I'm dying. Oh, will the baby have shit leaking into his blood system?
I think there's a serious problem here. Oh, you can't deal with a little shit?
Yeah, ooh. Oh, my insides hurt. I have duty in them.
And that upset me.
Piano tells me he
Not as much as your stomach's upset.
had to go through 4 additional surgeries, needed an ileostomy bag, and had an open wound the size of a pool ball in his abdomen for months.
Find out more on the documentary he posted on redbarradio.net.
Dude, why are you filming all of this stuff?
So that's inside of his body right now? Is he pulling that like tissue paper out of a clown's mouth?
I don't know, but I'm uncomfortable. That is a really big condom.
All while dealing with intense pain.
You know what I'm writing down for our best of clips?
What's that?
Poop.
Poop. All right.
My job
This
rules.
program is poop.
Thank you guys for donating to this show so that I can go in after and clip out the segment titled Poop.
Poop.
And why aren't you hitting like, subscribing, and sharing with all your friends? 500 to 700 people is not enough.
A rough haul.
Now George and Betsy Piano have filed a lawsuit accusing the doctor involved of medical negligence. Personal injury attorney Edward Moore says he's seen botched surgeries, but nothing like this.
He said off the air, he goes, I could wear glasses like a complete retard and win this much of a slam dunk case. Watch me.
I've never heard of someone who was unable to locate an appendix. And for it to result in this kind of harm and disruption is
All right, hold on
mind-boggling.
a second. You're telling me that you, wearing that headgear, can't believe that somebody couldn't locate something? Maybe he didn't see it.
Boy, if this surgeon can't tell an appendix from a colon, I bet you when they're eating pussy, they lick the belly button. Oh, yeah, you like that? Are you getting wet? Oh, I got lint on my tongue.
There you go. This surgeon needs to perform surgery the same way he fucks. Throw powder at it and go for the wet spot.
Oh, honey, why is your clip producing lotion? For the last time, Ronnie, that's my thigh.
Ew.
The pianos tell me they didn't want to file the lawsuit, but getting no response from the hospital, they felt it was necessary.
I feel very...
The piano said that this lawsuit will be grand. You see, because...
So the piano man has come to them.
Shit in your guts, you're the piano man. Shit in your guts tonight. 'Cause we're all in the mood for diarrhea, but none of it comes out of you tonight. Oh.
Oh, I went in for an appendectomy, but they took most of my colon. Every time I shit, it comes out of me, out of my pores and my dick once again. Oh, no.
This is a really mature show.
I know.
He said, son, it's gonna be an appendectomy, but I can't find your appendix tonight. So I clipped on your colon and said, holy rollin', there's shit coming out, it's not white.
Very lucky that I'm still alive. Somebody needed to put a stop to this and take responsibility and say, this happened. We need to take steps to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Why don't you come
this
in?
Shit won't fly.
Well, why don't you come in? I got a roll of duct tape and some anesthesia. We'll get this thing all fixed up. I've got a little, you know what I've got? I've got one of those RV plumbing hoses. I think we're just going to hook that up and you're going to be good to go. Trust me, we'll be fine. We've done this before.
Didi-san, Cairo 7 News.
Didi-san.
Now, at this point, the lawsuit isn't asking for a specific monetary value.
It isn't asking for any monetary value. You better get some money. They leaked shit into your blood. That's
yeah, of course he's not putting a specific price point on it. What price would you put on not shitting yourself? Like literally in yourself. I mean,
that guy, whatever age he was going to live to, he's not going to live to anymore. You should probably get paid for your time.
The attorney tells us it should be up to the state's medical board on whether the surgeon accused should continue to practice. Meanwhile,
of course not. You don't cut a guy's colon in half and leak shit into his blood and then get to cut into people anymore.
I mean, I want to say that, but I've dealt with a lot of doctors, and unfortunately, there are some of them that come forward with the whole like, hey, man, so this could go horribly wrong. And don't worry, that's only happened to me once before.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what?
They go before the medical board, and the medical board goes, were you drinking when you performed this surgery? And they're like, no, absolutely not. That's irresponsible. And they're like, shame, we were going to let you keep your job because at least it would explain how the fuck you screwed up this badly. Just tell him you were shit-faced.
I feel like you not only have to punish the doctor, but whoever taught his anatomy class.
Yeah.
Guy's fucked up. Just saying.
Poor wife.
Responded to our...
Oh, yeah, I'm going to fuck your pussy so hard. That's my asshole, honey. Sorry.
It's my ear canal. Ow.
Request for a comment saying,
oh, yeah, I'm going to shove it so deep in your twat. She's like, that's my nostril. That doesn't feel good.
Or smell nice.
It's a bad deal. And why does that smell like poop?
We strive to provide...
Because you were just sucking my dick. Honey, that was my asshole. You know what sucks about this bit? We run out of orifices.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
There's only so many holes. Well, I mean, he made a new one.
That's true.
The best possible care to all of our patients.
I'm going to fuck your colon sleeve. I don't have a colon sleeve. You do now. Because I took out your appendix. What?
Safety and well-being is deeply important to us. The suit was just filed yesterday, so given the timeline, we are not able to comment on the specifics of the case.
But we just know it's a real shitty situation. It was too easy. I'm sorry.
That doctor could lose his ass.
It was sitting right there. What's a guy supposed to do?
I know. And if you don't go after it, it's like taking a giant steaming shit on your own show.
Marble Arms with $5 says, here's $5. There goes my wife's Christmas gift. Good. We use it better. Adam Simon with $20 says, great show, guys. First-time viewer. Thank you, buddy. We like getting money from first-time viewers. Sean Carger becoming a steel toe bro. Very nice. Hey, guys, that puts us 120 away from 30 minutes of overtime today. Thank you. very, very much. So 120 is the number. Oh, wait, I got to go check this one here. There we go. Catching up with Rumble. Eagle of America says, we always said that the smell of shit is the smell of money. Yeah, you got to kind of steal your mind a little bit if you're this guy, because like as bad as things were when he found out that shit was leaking into his blood, you got to keep thinking to yourself, there's a payday at the end of this. There's a payday at the end of this.
I feel like every time you realize you're about to take a dump and you don't know if it's all going to be out or in, you just got to be like, hear that cash register cha-ching every time. Like, cha-ching. Like, all right, this is paying it forward.
Notice that the hospital and the surgeon aren't saying a word. That's the smart way to go on this one. Just shut the fuck up. Just don't say a word. Nothing.
Look, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm a doctor. I've studied. I know my shit.
Dub says there's too many holes in this story. Oh, that's too bad. Mad Comic says, notice what they aren't saying. What's the surgeon look like? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I feel like in the medical field, something like I really honestly, once they accidentally kind of snip off some of your colon, I don't care what color you are.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
Really, you know. Unless it was a trans surgeon, they were like, look, I did this to my cock and it was totally fine. What's the worst that could happen?
I mean, like, what are you saying? Are you saying, like, if we saw a picture of this doctor, you'd stand up and go, see, he should have known better. Should have walked in and seen, yeah, you're going to fuck this up. Like, nah, I don't think so.
Matthew Q with $5 says, Aaron, you should write a comic book like Eric July and get rich. Then you can talk shit along YouTube for free. That's what I should do, but I'm not black enough, unfortunately. Ryan the Garbage Man with $5 says, prepayment for Rumble Friday. Thank you, buddy. And Patrick with another $25. The whale's coming in today with the dough. Thank you very much. That's going to put us 85 away from today's goal. Hey, wait a minute. We got 15 minutes. We might not need this. We might actually get a W out of this. Thank you, Cheetos, by the way, and Patrick and everybody else. 85 away from today's goal. 15 minutes to knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Today's show could end up working out. Thank you very, very much. 85 is the number. Throw a couple bucks in. Let's see where this thing ends up, huh? Let's see where it ends up. Rumble, go ahead and hit thumbs up. Rumble, dragging a tiny bit today. YouTube, mid for today. Thank you guys very much. I want hunting season to be over. I have a lot of people writing to me going, I don't catch the show live during hunting season. Like, well, you know what? I like seeing 700 instead of 600 at the peak of our show. I'm a very vain man. I know it doesn't matter at all, but God damn it, my vanity means something, you son of a bitch.
I mean, you can put in an earpiece and listen to the show while you step into your line of fire.
There you go. Yeah, and we saw him jump into the bed of that truck today. It's not that hard. You'll be fine. All right, let me open up these final stories here. These 8 o'clock. Oh, no, I got some overtime stuff too for today. Let's open up the last round of these bad boys, and we got some good shit coming up. Oh, this is gonna be all right, boys and girls.
Sad Boy SE is still on the removing comments thing.
Oh, and I just missed one of his comments. I almost got Sad Boy comments. Son of a bitch.
He had a really funny one earlier. I can't remember what it was, and he took it off the screen, and I was laughing so hard at it. Oh. That's one of the fun things with just sitting here and watching the chat is like you just wait for Sad Boy to drop one in and be like, all right, wait a minute. And then you can count. It's like a 3 count and it's gone.
Right. Like I don't get to
He's waving at me.
Yeah, I don't get to catch the chats because I go in between the stories, so I miss a lot of them, unfortunately. By the way, Need Trump says, let's go. MSO can't win. MSO says, Johnny's not feeling well. Let him go. No overtime. Hey, that's fine. But there's $85 left. I can let Johnny go if he's not feeling well, MSO. But I can still do overtime by myself, buddy.
Right. See, I can take a break. We can still make it happen.
Let's do this thing, man. $85 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, about 10, 12 minutes until we rattle that offering plate. But remember, if we rattle the offering plate, in fairness, that is a win for MSO because we've been bringing that offering plate out less and less these last 3 weeks. since we changed our approach and don't really talk about the goal until 9 o'clock if it's really bad, or at all if it's really good. So we're changing the rules now where the offering plate means it's an MSO victory. So let's see if we can avoid that MSO win, because I hate those.
Yeah, and if we let that thing sit on the side and collect enough dust, the next time Keanu's over, she'll assume it's an ashtray and just use it as well.
That girl needs to stop smoking before she destroys her looks. Telling you right now. Can't let that shit ruin you.
A lot of pretty girls ruin their looks with that
A lot of pretty girls I know, their looks went to shit because of this stuff. So this next story I have is gonna make some people mad. I'm out of hope, and I don't get mad about this shit anymore. I think it's fucking hilarious. My reaction is always, of course. Sweden, their state television, like their PBS, just dropped a new docuseries. So like one of those, it's not a documentary, but it's not a full-blown show. So there's like actors and scenes in it, but they also tell you about the history of Sweden.
Okay.
It's about the original Swedes. How do you think they did the casting?
White people? Blonde-haired, blue-eyed?
You'd think, right? Keep going.
Well, actually, no. They'd have to be, like, I don't know, blonde-haired, but, like, more almost, I don't know.
Why don't you try guessing again?
Bunch of dark people?
Well, I mean, we have to be inclusive, don't we?
Well, I mean, technically, everyone originated from the humanity's cradle. So at one point, we were all black if you go back far enough.
But I think by the time they got up to Sweden, I think they'd whitened up a little bit. No?
It depends how quick they moved.
State TV in Sweden just produced a high-budget series called The History of Sweden. This is their depiction of the first Swedes. Get ready. I'm going to put these up on the screen, and you guys are going to get to enjoy them just like I did. Here we go.
Holy shit. I'm sorry. Is this year one? Why does it look like we're in Africa? If these are the original Swedes, can we at least see them in a Swedish background?
This is what I love about it. So if it was just black people, Johnny, we'd go to your point that the original people were black from the cradle of civilization. This one looks like Lebanese or something, or, you know, Armenian, something like that. I'm not really sure. So we got...
She's just trying to secure land for Palestine.
They got to find a home somewhere. So apparently when Sweden, the first people who occupied Sweden, Johnny... Totally diverse, total melting pot. I don't know where all these fucking white people came from, but clearly the Swedes stole it from all the Lebanese and Congolese people.
So what you're saying is, because the Swedish people, they are descendants of the Nordic Viking culture, right? So
yes.
So you're saying the Swedish people, before they abducted and brought in and bred in all these beautiful white people, they were so aggressive and violent. Oh, boy.
Sir K now says, hashtag not April's people. Well, who knows? Now, I mean, I'm glad, Johnny, that we can get all this education in from Swedish public television. Otherwise, I would have had no idea how black and Muslim Swedes were at the beginning of this thing.
Deep down, April's just a black man. We finally solved it.
Finally figured out the obsession with athletes, which is nice.
And why she loves them white women.
Jojo says, to be fair, the number of ethnic Swedes in Sweden has dwindled since the immigration wave. Yeah, they can't cast any white Swedes anymore. They're running out. Adam Simon says, I'm learning a lot right now. Well, welcome to our show, Adam. We appreciate your support right off the bat. And yeah, we are. Look, man, we're just trying to educate. That's
program
all.
About spreading information.
Exactly. Thank you to Rocky for the $25. Very cool. Hey, guys, that puts us at 55 away. 8 minutes until we either rattle the can or we get well under $50. And we don't bring the offering plate out today. Uh-oh. $55 away. Also, Sage with the $5. Thank you very much. Let's see what he sends us here.
To people. These blacks. Who knows where they're going to take the wrong way. So she's gone.
Jeez. Tony Soprano's mom was a real cunt. She was, like, on that show when she died, I was so fucking happy.
That's the worst part. Like, Game of Thrones really made me realize how much of a piece of shit I am with this, because I hated Joffrey so bad that it literally took the actor going, yeah, people fucking hate on me so hard that I'm not going to act anymore. Like, holy Jesus, like, people want me dead for playing this character. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm one of those people. I'm a horrible piece of shit.
The actor? You wanted the actor dead?
I didn't want the actor dead. I hated Joffrey so bad that the character, like, whenever I saw the actor, I saw the character. I couldn't, and I realized that that's where, like, that was a very wake up moment for me. Like, I really need to start separating this shit, because holy Jesus, I need to be like, oh, you know, like, regardless of whether or not you hate the character, like, that's fucked up. That kid was in Batman. He was in the first Batman.
Yeah, he was the kid that he saved.
He was the kid that Batman gave his little telescope thingy, periscope
The
thing
one
to.
that freaked the fuck out when the toxin hit. Yeah. Sage, I just played your link. He said, oh, it's cool. Don't play my relevant link. But I did.
Just did. We just watched her be horribly racist.
Yeah, we watched the racism for you. Alrarick says, I actually just looked it up. It is believed that people had dark skin when they arrived and only became lighter over many generations. I'm refusing to believe that. I'm going to look it up too. But, Hobo Chili says, wait, you can't say chicken that is fried on the chat? You can't? You can't say fried chicken in a super chat? Well, I know that YouTube, I know sometimes it's not certain words. Sometimes if you're just racist in general, YouTube.
Some people are just like, I don't know if we should trust you when you talk.
Yeah, Hobo, I think maybe your racism is just so blunt and apparent that YouTube just blocks it out.
Actually, Michael B's got a brilliant idea, and KF Sage already doing it. Let everyone just try and send in a super chat with fried chicken.
Yeah, there you go. Sage with $2 says fried chicken. They let him do it. I think it's probably the fact that you used the word more before you said fried chicken, Hobo. That might be the problem. Sage says, I think you've been flagged. No shit. I think you're allowed to write fried chicken. Yeah, there's Carlos Cameo with $1.99. He just says fried chicken. There you go. Yeah, Hobo, I guess you're going to have to get creative. You might be on some kind of a watch list, and I have to say, hard for me to blame him on this one. Hard to blame him.
Holy jeez.
We got about 5 minutes until we rattle the offering plate, or, Jesus Christ. Sage, I can't read that. It's the thing that comes out at night and then the thing that chirps at night. There you go. Gray Duckling with $5 says, I love watermelon and fried chicken, and Aaron, you're fat. Well, there you go. Guys, we're only $50 away. Let's, I guess it's nut cutting time. I got to decide. Are we going to roll the dice here and just see him come up with the $50 and just deny MSO his offering plate and risk him getting a win in overtime? We'll see. The $1.99, the two $2 super chats, and the $2 from Trucker 18 Wheeler means that we got to take this thing down to $45 away from today's goal. Super chats, memberships, Rumble rants, PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo. It all counts. The $2 super chats continue. Sage with $2 says Africoon. See, Hobo, I think it's probably the stuff that you were saying before or after fried chicken.
Yeah, that might be part of it.
And I think the problem is with Hobo that he says a lot of these words so often that while the universe looks at them as bad, he doesn't understand that they're bad.
But I say them with love. Right. I love all my...
Hobo's like, I didn't even think that was even a slur. Just what my uncle called him all the time. And he was always...
Wait a minute, that's not a term of endearment?
Yeah, I don't understand. All right, guys, I'm going to trust you to knock out the remaining $45. We're not bringing out the plate. $5 from Sage, thank you very much, and $2 from Helgi. Guys, Jesus Christ, I don't know if we should be testing it this much.
Easy now. We like having a show.
Fucking hell. We have two choices: either be broke during this show, or let this audience contribute and do shit like that. and keep our show on the air. We've really kind of painted ourselves into a box here, haven't we? Or no, painted ourselves into a corner, I suppose. You don't paint yourself into a box. KF Sage with $5 sends a link. And he just sent me a list. He sent me the racial slur database. Jesus Christ.
Really? Can you forward me that link? I'm just curious how many.
You guys really are pieces of shit. Oh, thank you to.
Actually, can you tell him to forward me that link if you could?
Trucker 18-wheeler with $2, just the word knee and grow together. Sad boy with $1.99 says love. Oh, he says.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Thank you, sad boy. Marble Arms with $2 says collard greens and chitlins. $2 from Sage. Canada, apparently it's Canadian. God damn it. Oh, Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says these love their chicken and their crime. God damn it, man. Jesus, titty fucking Christ. You guys, YouTube, disavow. Disavow.
We are not our super chats.
No, absolutely not. Guys, really, I do think that's enough. I don't know if we can get in trouble for that or if you can. I don't know what the deal is. Scarface with $1.99 says chicken washers. I can't. Why couldn't you do it on Rumble? A, it's allowed. B, we keep an extra 10%. Gray Duckling with $50. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Today is knocked out, and oh, nope, I put the goal up. There's no goal. Get the fuck out of here. And we are $15 into tomorrow morning. Thank you very much for that. Sage with $2 writes Criminal Factory. We're not doing this all day. I mean, do I love the money? Yes, the money's great. But
do I agree with your point of view? I can't say that here. I don't want to risk it.
Rumble, why don't you guys get involved with this shit, for God's sake? It's allowed over there.
Disavow.
Oh, my goodness. I tell you, 550 people checking out this show right now, and this is what we're beholden to. $2 from Sage. He says, future inmate, but I'm only on F so far. $2 from Gray Duckling says, I've never seen a ginger monkey.
I refuse to be seen as part of this. I'm going to just be the invisible guy for the rest of the show. If this is what's happening.
It's not allowed for me. I have to stay on here. Oh, boy. Producer Robert here. You mean I can't even say, even if I'm talking about it? That's not even subtle, Robert. Aristocock.
No, you can't say that, actually.
Aristocock TX says, I'm triggered. Do you see what you've done?
I'm sorry, Gray Duckling made me cough.
Egg Picker says, because I'm a bitter, YouTube sniped my last super chat from being read. Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Scarface says, just testing YouTube. It wasn't necessary.
Why are you using us to do it?
Adam Simon's a new listener, and he says, this is hilarious. Well, then I guess it's hilarious if the new listeners who gave us $20 say so. $2 from Sage. He says, I can't read that. I don't know why they let you.
Welcome to McDonald's, man. Take your order. Yeah, I'd like one. Oh, shit.
Hobo Chili with $1.99. I love those people. Everyone should own one. Guys, I don't want to. I'm going to have to. Do I just take today's episode down after it's done or just turn off the chat repeat maybe? Definitely take. Yeah, definitely. I'm going in right now. Here we go. Edit. Customization. Live chat replay. No. There we go. There is no live chat replay anymore on today's show. Sage with $5 says, person who acts Hispanic. There, that's all I can read from that one. Gray Duckling with $2 says, I heard they eat fried bat in Africa. I don't think that's looked down upon.
But I mean, why wouldn't you? It just tastes better. It's just a way to cook.
$5 from Sage says POA, previously owned American. All right, $25 into tomorrow. How long do I let this continue? Why is it that right around overtime, the show becomes in the chat?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's hilarious.
Like, you and I can kick ass for 4 hours, but there's something about that fourth hour that just the chat takes over. Diesel Cat with $4.99 says, so antique farm equipment is good? Well, no, that's just antique farm equipment, like old Chalmers vehicles and shit like that. Yeah, because that's what you meant. 35 into tomorrow. See, when you're a show that runs on listener donations, you really can't shame and discourage shit like this, can you?
No, you can't.
When your show is wholly owned by your audience and your audience is scumbag shitheads. What is one supposed to do? Sage with $5 says Pontiac stands for poor old, thinks it's a Cadillac. I haven't heard that in years. Pontiac's been gone since like 2009.
Well, I mean, they're technically still here, but yeah.
Pontiacs are... Oh, sorry.
They're coming back.
No! Hobo, god damn it! He writes, why is...
Again, this all started because Hobo said he couldn't write fried chicken in the chat.
Why is your guys' flowchart always more racist? Why is it never, hey, why don't we de-escalate? All Hobo said was he wasn't allowed to write fried chicken in a super chat. And now look where we are. $2 from Sage says rope straight. You're just going through the database. Carlos simply writes, Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah.
SC Motorsports says, hey, at least it's not Jewish content. Don't give them ideas.
Yeah, the last thing they need is suggestions.
Hobo says, I'm an agent of chaos. Hold on, shall I go to the studio line text messages?
Yeah, let's see what those are. I'm sure those are safe for air.
Let's take a look. It's just a YouTube link. I can only open it on my phone. Oh my God! It's Walter Matthau saying remarkably racist things. I can't play that.
Not now, Charles.
I am impressed that he hasn't given up, considering that there's like a standing ban on taking his phone call.
KF Sage with $2 says, I'm on S. I'll be done soon. It's like waiting for your rapist to get done. He's just like, don't worry. I feel the tingle.
I'm almost finished.
Jeez. Thanks for talking me through it, dickhead. You guys are $40 into tomorrow. Appreciate all this. We're into overtime at the moment. I mean, I have a whole hour worth of stuff.
Yeah, but we still have a few letters left. Let's see
if you guys want to just no, Sage with $2. He's officially on T.
That can't be true. He made that up, right? Like, that can't be an actual word. Oh, my God.
$1.99 from Hobo says, I'm going to say Kiki hat fell off. There, that's how I pronounce it. Gray Duckling with $5 says, although my grandma did refer to a broken bottle once as a
thingama.
$45 into tomorrow. Remember when we were 270 away and we thought this was a lost cause?
Yeah, I thought I was going to end early today.
Robert says, I guess I'll send you that YouTube link on Rumble Friday. Yeah, Rumble Friday is for all the inappropriate links that you want to send to this program.
Yeah, because we only do the appropriate stuff Monday through Thursday. Like this whole bit, appropriate stuff.
Oh, my agent sent me a text.
Oh, good. What does your agent have?
My agent says, as your agent, I beg you to lean into this chaos. The world needs a fat gay racist. Sage with $2 just writes tree ornament. See, that in and of itself is not offensive in a super chat.
No, but in the context of what he's been after.
Is anyone in Rumble testing it this way? No, not at all.
No,
Nothing
I don't
coming
think
in.
so.
No,
I don't think I see anything on Rumble. It's
no
kinda
Rumble
silly.
rants coming in, proving that it's only fun when you get to do it when it's against the rules. SH says members only this one. No, I turned the chat replay off.
The live chat replay
Yeah.
off. It's you're here or you're not here. This is officially.
I have not done anything wrong. I have not said anything that's going to get us in any trouble. It's just all of these fucking disgusting super chats. Sage with $2 writes welfare monkey. I mean, that in and of itself isn't reference to anything terrible. Hobo sending me a text. He says, have you ever tried queso? It's quite greasy. Thank you. $5 from Simon says, can't stop laughing. Hey, look, we've made a new friend today for all the wrong reasons. I hope you enjoyed Gino and I on the boss's show yesterday. Of course, Sage with $2 writes yard a.
Now, here's the thing I'm wondering, as we're getting to the end of this list, is there one of these for white people? I'd love to know the list.
Sage is going to look at how much he spent $2 at a time and go, holy shit, I really didn't think it was adding up to that much. This person writes, oh yeah, Charlie says, it's not fair I'm banned. There are other shows that will welcome me. Well, I'll unban you, Charlie. Jesus. Until you fuck around, and then people are going to get rid of you again. I can't control what the mods do. Sage with $2. Zip. Well, at least he's on Z, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, we got to be coming in for a landing. We don't have any more letters after this.
$2 from Trucker 18 Wheeler. Thank you. Gray Duckling with $2 says appropriation ape loves this bit.
Are these the white people ones now? The best part is we can read all those out loud. We'll never get in trouble.
55 into tomorrow. Thank you, guys. 199 from Hobo Chili Recipe. Concrete. I can't. Here's another one. This is my agent saying, say this on air if you want to get to the next level. How do you save it from take your off his... There you go. $2 from KF Sage says, TNB, typical behavior. Okay, I'm done. Oh, thank God. Oh.
Well, this one's been interesting.
Still got 25 minutes left. So thank you to Sage and all the rest of you. You've now forced me to follow that. At least any of the edgy stories I might have picked for overtime aren't going to seem very edgy anymore.
Yeah, now we're just going to be lame.
So would you call the Aristocox a net positive or negative addition to this program?
I'd say positive if we're going net because there's a lot of wins there. I mean, you have a few misses, but I mean, overall, this has been a good thing.
Charlie says, please have the audience type 1 if they'd like to hear from me and 2 if they would like to not hear from me. You're going to hate this. Well, audience, 1 to hear from Charlie, 2 to not hear from Charlie. There you go. Michael B with a 3. There we go. Clint with a 2. Another 2. There's a 1. There's a 2. There's a 2. There's a 3. There's a 2. 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 There's a shitload of 2s. There's a 1. There's a 2. There's a 2. There's a 2. There's a 2. There's a G. There's a 1. There's a 2. 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 I can't keep up with all the 2s. Charlie, I think we're going to have to chalk this one up as an L, buddy. Sorry.
The people have spoken resoundingly no. Sorry.
Sounds like even on Rumble, they're all saying 2. Sorry about that, pal. Okay, so that Swede story got us in no trouble at all. That's nice. That's good. At least we got no offering plate today, and we're 55 into tomorrow. Very nice. We appreciate your generosity.
And we've learned YouTube does not ban fried chicken.
Well, thank God we all did our research. Woman dies.
Actually,
go ahead.
They're remarkably lenient from what we saw get through the filter.
Almost too much so, I would say. I've actually changed my opinion.
I'm a little concerned.
Yeah. I think YouTube needs to censor a bit more. This got way out of hand. Woman dies after taking Ozempic to slim down for daughter's wedding. Hey, I have an idea. How about you go to the gym and do it the old-fashioned way instead of being a short-taking, obese bitch, and then you wouldn't have died before your daughter's wedding, you shallow cunt. That's although, on the other hand, these fucking pharmaceuticals, man, you die from those, you die from anything with a Pfizer stamp on it. It's just, oh, well, zip them up in a body bag, move on to the next one. But if one person dies from some tainted coke, they're like, all right, we need to arrest 300 people. We need to take away all their cars and money. We need to throw them all in prison for years.
It's really weird. It's almost like the only drugs that are allowed.
But it's almost like, oh, God, $2 from KF Sage. He goes, Vanilla Gorilla. Psych! Thanks for the $2.
Oh, no.
Appreciate that. But like with the punishment should almost be worse for the pharmaceutical companies because their shit's legal. They've told these people that it's safe to take this stuff. Where I'm choking. I think this is God just going, we can't let you be here anymore.
Somehow KF Sage's last one of Vanilla Gorilla is really kind of the nail in the coffin for you.
That was the one that Sad Boy with 199 says Charlie eats the poo-poo. Why is he gay? I got one. I got to read a Sad Boy one. Got it. Yeah, I mean, someone did Wheat Diff does say in the chat, hey, she did solve her weight problem.
Yeah, dead people technically don't have a weight. She
they
shed
do.
her mortal coil, so I guess she dropped all the weight.
I've heard it's dead weight though, but that was a little. That was probably the most offensive thing that's been written or said on this show in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah,
but
that whole joke and segment is kind of DOA.
The pharmaceutical ones should be punished harder though because they're the ones that assure people totally safe. These are safe. These are good. Blah, 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 blah. And then someone drops dead from taking them. At least with cocaine, you at least know, hey, there could be fentanyl in this.
Well, let's be honest. If you showed up to your cocaine dealer and before you got a bump, he went through the litany of side effects and possible bad things that could happen from you doing the coke, would you wait? No, dude, shut up.
Yeah.
I'm busy. Like, you don't have the time.
Trying to do some coke. The FDA and all these drug companies go, yeah, I mean, other than like diarrhea, loose stool, and vomiting, I mean, this drug's totally safe. Then people drop dead, and you get to just go, oh, our bad. Well, on to the next thing. Who needs to lose 30 pounds?
Look, we said there could be complications. That one got complicated.
Yeah, well, really complicated. It got really complicated until it wasn't really that complicated anymore. Just was dead. Complications are over. An Australian, I'm dying. I don't know. There is karma in the universe. An Australian woman who took Ozempic to shed a few pounds before her daughter's wedding has died from gastrointestinal illness. But again, I'm going to say there's a little bit of karma and maybe some Darwinism in this. There is no shortcut. If you get really fat, you got to work really hard to lose the weight, or you have to look up videos on how to wipe your asshole when you're morbidly obese. I mean, those are your only two options.
And I don't know about this drug stuff. If you take this stuff, you realize you need to actually exercise. If you're starving yourself with a drug that's preventing you from absorbing nutrients, you're literally killing yourself. I mean, just
right.
Again, I don't know why. And a lot of these people that take the drug, they don't put that with diet and exercise.
Right. And it's supposed to be for type 2 diabetes. And these people abuse the shit out of it. That's the other thing I forgot. I thought Ozempic was a weight loss drug. It's not. It's approved for type 2 diabetes. So I almost want to let the drug companies off the hook on this one even.
Kind of. It's one of these weird situations where the drug companies notice, hey, a lot of the people that are taking this for type 2 diabetes are also reporting a large amount of weight loss. And, if we wanted to kind of pad that third quarter portfolio, how about we start selling this for 2 problems instead of 1? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Kind of look the other way while people use it as a weight loss aid.
And I'm sure, again, with the people that take this stuff, if you want to do that, fine. I'm a big supporter of your body, your choice. But at the same rate, too, where it's like, oh, this person died of this. Can you believe it? Yeah, I can believe it, because when it came time to get to somewhere they wanted to go, they went, how about I take the easy way and just
right.
Do that.
And what a vain bitch. She's not even that fat. Look at her.
Oh my God, really?
What a vain asshole.
You're just old.
Right. You're postmenopausal. Shit widens out. It happens.
Your face will not de-wrinkle.
I had to lose weight for my daughter's wedding. Bitch, you're not getting married. You don't have to be small and slim and tiny unless you're still single and it's like your last chance to score 30-year-old dick. I don't know. But at the same time.
No offense, if it's at a wedding, the odds are good you'll still land one.
Yeah. Everyone. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe.
Oh, never mind.
Hold
All right,
on.
we got a little bit of a difference.
Is that the same
I can
woman?
understand why.
Her daughter's a cutie, but how is that? All right, now I get Ozempic. Okay, yeah, now I'm starting.
She did.
Oh, God, she looks terrible in that picture.
Good God. Dude, Ozempic did that to her?
Oh, my God. You know what? I would sue. I mean, at that point. So, for her part, Webster took Ozempic along with the prescription injection Saxenda, losing about 35 pounds in 5 months. If you lose 35 pounds in 5 months and you're not exercising or changing your diet, you're just taking something that blocks your intestines so you feel full longer. I have a hard time feeling sorry for you.
Dude, if you lose 35 pounds in 5 months and you're dieting and exercising, I'm like, dude, you are taxing that system.
Yeah.
That is not good for your body to shed that much weight that quickly.
Yeah, but what Ozempic does is it slows down the digestion of food, so it makes you feel full longer.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how this woman was losing weight, by her body tricking itself, thinking it was full, but she got really bad intestinal blockages and died from it. If you're not going to get on a treadmill, if you're not going to, do some weightlifting or cardio or whatever and eat better, then any shortcut you take to lose weight, if it costs you your life, them's the breaks. That's what you get for taking shortcuts.
Again, I don't approve of this stuff. I know several people that use these things, and it's one of those things where, again, I'm a big proponent of it's your body, it's your choice. But again, you're saying I have a problem, and to deal with that problem, I'm just going to prevent my body from doing one of the natural things it does because I can't change anything about my lifestyle that might fix this. It just seems odd.
Sage with $2 says, holy shit, the Jewish list of slurs is actually banned. Watch, Jews came up with the list. They're like, oh, that one? You don't need to see that one. That was just for us. Charlie says, regardless of there being 29 twos against me and 3 1s, for me, I think we can agree that it's a toss-up. You got to appreciate the kid's optimism, don't you?
I'll give you this. Determination. It's got a lot of it.
Gray Duckling with $5 says, good news, the COVID vaccine is now used in hospice care, too. Well, thank God. You would hate for someone who's dying to get COVID. That would be terrible. BYB podcast, the Quad Father says, glad you're here, Johnny. Look at Cripple Love.
There we go. Thank you.
What do we call that? Gimp Love? There should be a name for it, I think.
Cripple compliments?
Cripple compliments on Steel Toe. Hey, speaking of Jews, what did we made it? Hey, 4 hours and 15 minutes. Not bad. It might be, I think it's going to be some kind of
a whole show.
Speaking of Jewish stuff, there was one woman in Indiana who's not only really racist, but also super confused. Oh, by the way, thank you, Gray Duckling. That puts us 60 into tomorrow. Appreciate it. She's also really confused as to what a Jew actually is. So she's remarkably anti-Semitic. She wanted to do something bad to Jews, but didn't understand that just because a group's name had Israelite in it doesn't mean that it's Jewish. A woman in Indiana purposely crashed her car into a building because it said Israelite on it. The only problem, Johnny, guess what the word before Israelite was?
What?
Black.
Oh, fuck.
She fucked with the black Israelites. I mean, first of all, the black Israelites really don't like Jews. I mean, anything that's skin complexion is anything south of, like anything whiter than Bubba from Forrest Gump. They think it's the devil. So Jews, not okay by the black, because the black Israelites' whole thing is that they are the original people. They are the original Israelites. Fuck anybody who says different. And the look, I'm not saying the Jews love the black Israelites. They really don't like them either. But if you've ever been to New York and you've seen the black Israelites in action, one of their favorite things to do is go out on a soapbox with a megaphone and yell the most horrific racist shit at white people you've ever heard. Like, to the point where it's comical if you're not in the line of fire. I mean, they are comically over-the-top racist.
Dude, I mean, I don't know. I could enjoy it even if I'm in the line of fire. I feel like I could have a few laughs if it's done well enough. I could probably...
Just do me a favor. Don't get too close.
Well, what am I going to do? Run away?
They're banking on that. Let's go ahead and listen to this story. From, dude, they would drag this bitch out of her car and just beat her. They do not draw a line. Let's check. This isn't like where, oh, the black Israelites, well, it's a religious type organization. They must be really peaceful. No.
Indianapolis police arrested a woman who they labeled as a terrorist after they say she purposely drove her car into a building in what was described as a planned attack. This is pretty wild here. That building is being used by the Israelite School of Universal and Practical Knowledge, which has been labeled an anti-Semitic hate group.
So did she attack them because they're an anti-Semitic hate group?
No.
Or did she attack them because she's an anti-Semite and she saw Israel?
She saw Israelite and she thought it was a Jewish school. So she crashed her car into it.
This
Meanwhile,
is literally like a KKK guy burning down a building. Like, well, they had a black interior. I assume they liked them. Kind of like, no, that was just a paint choice.
She saw Israelite, and not only did she commit a hate crime against the group that would technically be on her side, but also picked a group of people who have no qualms about beating the living dog fuck out of somebody.
Especially a white person. I feel like they'll be okay with that.
Oh, God, would they love to beat up a white lady? Oh, this blood of vengeance is mine, motherfuckers. Remember that scene in Forrest Gump after Forrest beat up that white guy at the Black Panther party, and the one guy's sitting there tapping his revolver against his coat, just looking at Forrest? That's how I imagine this woman got out of her car. That's the visual she saw at the Black Israelites building. Sorry, I got in a car crash in the middle of your Black Israelites party.
According to a police report that we obtained, the woman told officers that she was watching news coverage of the Israel-Hamas war and decided to plan the attack because she was offended by this symbol on the front of their building. Several adults and children were inside that building when that crash happened. Police say the woman later admitted to committing that hate crime during a phone call with a family member.
So is it a hate crime or is it a hate crime? How do you even classify this one?
Can I hate her for being dumb? Because honestly, the hateful thing for me in this is that this bitch didn't even do her research. Like, she saw a symbol and like a cow or like a bull with a red fucking red blanket there. Just had to write it down. Like, come on.
Her CIA agent, her CIA handler called her and goes, "What the fuck are you doing?" And she's like, "What? You told me to attack something Jewish to make it look like the hate crimes are on the rise." "I know, but you attacked the Black Israelites." "Oh, shit. Well, can you come and get me?" "No, fuck no. We're not going over there. Are you out of your goddamn mind?" We're trying to tell people they're crazy for saying the CIA organizes this kind of shit. We're not going to give them the confirmation they need. Papa Dan calling this a Revenge of the Cis patented hate crime.
I would love it if she was like completely dumb and just kept leaning in like, dude, you attacked the Black Israelites. Look, I don't care what color they are. They're in league with Israel. Fuck them. Like,
how great is this for the Black Israelites though? Like, they get to be in the middle of class and be like, "And the white devil woman will come like a thief in the night, like a succubus, and steal your black soul and your black identity and to try to destroy anything black." And then all of a sudden, and he looks and he waves the dust away, and then he goes, "See, kids, I told you. Say the devil's name and they appear before you. Now drag that devil bitch out of the car and teach her a lesson. It's almost like this chick was trying to help him out. Like she was on the payroll almost. Michael B. says the Southern Poverty Law Center is silent. I mean, it is difficult. If you're the Southern Poverty Law Center, you're like, well, we like to go after white hate crime committers. We like to defend black people, but we've also labeled the Black Israelites a hate group.
No problem.
This is, you know what? I think we're going to call this one a wash and just steer clear of it, I believe. It is tough for them. And also, did you notice that in that news story, they never once said black?
They didn't say any black people. No, they said black Israelites.
No, I don't think they even said black Israelites. Listen, let's play it again.
And attack. This is pretty wild here. That building is being used by the Israelite School of Universal and Practical Knowledge, which has been labeled an anti-Semitic hate group. According to a police report that we obtained, the woman told officers that she was watching news coverage of the Israel-Hamas war and decided to plan the attack because she was offended by this symbol on the front of their building. Several adults and children were inside that building when that crash happened. Police say the woman later admitted to committing that hate crime during a phone call with a family member.
You're right. They never said the black part.
Never said black Israelites at all. Let me look through the...
Well, we wouldn't want to promote that there's a black group that's an anti-Semitic group now, would we?
Even in the text, I'm reading the text of the article. However, anti-defamation... Oh, here we go. However, it's like 10 paragraphs in. However, the Anti-Defamation League defines the Israelite School of Universal and Practical Knowledge as an extreme and anti-Semitic sect of the Black Hebrew Israelites. They've been designated... The Southern Poverty Law Center has designated the Black Hebrew Israelites as a hate group. They're a wild bunch, man. That's for sure. Remember Nicholas Sandman. What was that? Coventry Catholic Church or the Coventry Catholic School. Remember when they went to Washington, D.C. on a field trip and they were wearing MAGA hats? And then they were standing on the steps of the Capitol building or something, and then a bunch of black Israelites were shouting at the rich white private school kids from across the way. And then the Native American started banging the drum right in the kid's face. Right. And then everyone's called the white kids racist. And literally all the white kids were doing was standing there as the black Israelites are shouting at them. And the Indian guy is banging a drum obnoxiously close to his face. And everyone's like, oh, what a bunch of racist white kids they are.
Well, I mean, they did have the audacity to be there while white.
You know what? They are white. That's true. But the black Israelites were just yelling foul shit at them. I mean, just the worst. And they're all like 15, 16-year-old kids. It's not like they're going to do shit about it. So it's basically free shots for these big 260-pound black Israelites who are just like, you white devil motherfucker, pieces of shit, white bread little devil babies, fuck you. And you're like, what am I going to do? Fight him? And then all the kids at the private school were like, don't they all know karate? That's Asians, Mark. Quit being racist.
Guys, you have to understand. They have a lot of pent-up rage. They don't know their dad.
Dave S. says that kid got paid. Yeah, Sandman got paid like $100 million, didn't he?
Because he went after all of the news agencies and everything that aired the story about him being racist. Like, because they kind of fucking sandbagged him right out the gate when it's like, you guys jumped to a conclusion that's not what happened here at all.
CNN confirms settlement after $275 million lawsuit with Nick Sandman. So they'll never reveal how much he actually got. I don't see anything.
Part of the agreement of the settlement was they got to keep their mouth shut about how much they paid?
Exactly, yeah. Nicholas Sandman, CNN, and the Washington Post settled with the teenager in 2019. The high schooler was on a field trip to D.C. with his class from Covington, not Coventry, Covington Catholic in Kentucky when he was taped wearing a Make America Great Again hat after an anti-abortion rally where he was falsely accused of getting into a racially charged confrontation with a Native American activist. Video later showed it was Sandman and classmates who were being harassed. He sued CNN and the Post for millions. So they didn't say, he sued him for $275 million, but it didn't say how much he actually got. I'm sure it was enough. I mean,
I'm sure he's not worrying about paying for his college tuition or what he's doing for work after that.
What do you think? Do you think he got more or less than 10?
I'm betting way more.
You think more? CNN still got a little bit of money.
If he got a little tiny settlement, they'd be like, all right, look, we fucked up, but we paid a little bit of money. But I think if he sued him for 270 and they don't want to disclose the amount, I'm guessing it's a 3-figure, like it's somewhere above 100.
Scarface with it says over on Rumble, I saw the black Hebrew Israelites in Ybor City. I was in the line of fire, laughing and recording them. Oh, that would be a fun video to watch, wouldn't it? Just the I wonder, there's got to be on YouTube. Black Israelite taunting YouTube. Taunting Native Americans, fighting with the black Israelites. Oh, boy.
This could be dangerous.
I know my grandma didn't kill any babies.
They took pictures of them and made them postcards.
My grandma? No, listen, my grandma was a sweetheart. She made chocolate-covered pretzels.
The black Hispanics and Native Americans.
Not my family. I was in the north. I lived in the north. Uh-oh. And my family didn't come here in the 1900s. So, I'm out.
A chat with the black Hebrew Israelites. I hate this guy's voice, first of all, but okay.
And he's talking through a mask or a fucking scarf or some shit.
Where you from?
Me?
Yeah, what's your
Kensington.
nationality?
Huh?
What's your nationality?
Oh, me? I'm Irish. You don't want to talk to me. Yeah. Huh? You guys don't like white people, I thought.
Well,
I just like to hear what people preach about religion.
It's not about white people. It's about nationality.
Oh, okay. I'm Irish.
Yeah, so.
But I don't believe in religion, so I'm not really a good person.
You believe that the black Hispanics and Native Americans went on slave trade?
No.
You don't believe that we was enslaved?
Oh, no. I don't. Oh, I thought you said we won in slave trade. No. You guys were enslaved, absolutely. Sure. So we're Irish.
Oh, the Irish were?
Yeah.
When?
They were called.
Oh, the Irish got fucked hard. I mean,
yeah, I love how people act like. I love how people are like, oh, you're white. Yeah, I'm Irish. Yeah, so you had it easy. Oh,
the Irish didn't have it as bad as black people did, but indentured servitude was slavery. Here's the difference between black slavery and Irish slavery. If the Irish had kids, the kids didn't become slaves. Like, basically, the English would bring the Irish over to the Americas, and they'd go, oh, by the way, the boat ride costs this much, and when you get over there, you have to work for this much an hour until you've paid off your boat ride.
Guess who's never getting out of that bill?
And guess what? We pay you just enough that when you're 51 and about to keel over back in those days, your boat ride's paid off and your kids can fuck off and get off our land and go find some shit to do. So yeah, the Irish had it way worse than any other Europeans, I think. But yeah, black people still had it. Still had it the worst. Native Americans got guns at least to fight back with.
Indentured servants, which means it's not the same thing, I know. Huh? Uh-oh.
Oh, no, the black Israelites are like, those Irish people are black. That's what I love about the black Israelites. As soon as you think you've got them in a box intellectually, you're like, well, these white people. He goes, well, then those are black white people. Like, wait, what? Just get to steal them?
I like that so-called term. Everybody uses that, so-called.
Because you can't go to the land of black, right? You're not white. You're more pink. You're more red.
I'm telling him he's pink and red. He's not really white. I love these guys.
You can't go to the land of black, right? Well, that's because if you haven't noticed it, you guys are everywhere. No offense. It's just there's a lot of it.
Yeah, this guy said he lives in Kensington. He's familiar.
Red. I would say I'm red. Yeah. Especially yesterday, I was in the sun. Well, no, I was in the sun at the Phillies game. The Bible's a silly book. That's just been proven many, many times, but that's okay.
Has this been proven?
Well, yeah, you know.
Don't fucking rile up the black Israelites, retard.
They look like they're having fun with him, though.
They do. They're very Jehovah's Witness-y black Israelites.
I was looking for more of like you're a white devil. Like I was looking for more of like the calling you out just for, but apparently, and I didn't know this. Apparently, if you can prove how you're not related. You're now an honorary black person. Sweet, holy crap! I need to go there and get that, and they'll be like, "Well, then you're a black white person." Man, just see how far it goes.
Yeah,
you know,
see how far they extend the courtesy. And then you know what you should do? Let me know how it goes.
Yeah, from the ER where they're stitching me back together, I'll tell you how it went.
Sounds good. That's going to do it for today, boys and girls. Thank you guys very much. Thank you to Cheetos for getting the roll started. Thank you to Sage for what Sage did. Thank you to Hobo. Thank you to Gray Duckling. Thank you to everybody who helped keep this show going today. We do appreciate it. I thought we got some good overtime in there. And we will talk to you all tonight. Matt's going to be on. I think we're going to go goal-free because I don't want to miss. I mean, we would be $60 into tomorrow. Or into tonight, I suppose, so we could do it. Or we'll give away a VIP today. We'll do $10 for a VIP and just do that and hope that we do all right. Maybe we do it that way today. Who knows? Thank you guys very much. Either way, we will talk to you again tonight at 7 o'clock Central Time. Johnny, you're going to be on at 2 o'clock this afternoon on Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. So go ahead and check out Johnny's show at 2 o'clock Central Time today. Thanks for coming in, buddy.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
We will talk to the rest of you tonight for our last evening show of the week.